Good morning, good morning, good morning. And welcome to the July Board of Trustees meeting. It's happy summer. And I know this is just where everybody wants to be on a beautiful summer day. So thank you for being here. And I just want to make sure I want to welcome our faculty and student representatives and introduce Tyler Davis, who's our new student representative from the law school. We approved him last time and here he is. As you know, this meeting is streamed on YouTube, so remember to use your microphones. Do we have Pender? Do we need to do a roll call? Pender? Pender is trying to, may join later. Okay.
She's on.
She is on. The presenter's on. Okay, great. Well, this is an unusual meeting and we thank you for your patience. We're going to have a public meeting and an educational session for the first hour, then go into executive session, then come back to our regular meeting. So we appreciate that's complicated for people in the audience and appreciate your patience with us. But this is was a great opportunity for us to have an educational session on AI when this great speaker was available, which is 8 a.m. I want to remind you, we convened a work group of Owen McCarthy, Valerie Landry, and Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy to think about AI as it affects the board for our governance responsibilities. There's so much about it, about teaching and the day-to-day activities, but we wanted to take a big view and get ourselves grounded. And I really thank Owen particularly for his leadership and ask him if he could just set this up and introduce our speakers.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Chair Riley. Good morning, everyone. Can't think of a better way to start the morning than talking about AI, so I'm excited about this. Trish laid out the history, but really Trustee Landry really started the movement here and excited to be here. And President Farini Mundy, who's going to say a couple of things, I think, briefly after me, really helped set it up. Also, as we said in the pre-read letter, the generative AI is in a moment where it's changing a lot of industries and has arrived. And we're going to talk about a couple of specific examples today and some background and some overview. But do know this is what they call a general purpose technology that can apply to, like the internet, that can apply to a lot of everything. It's got differences from the internet, which we'll talk about. And so we won't be able to cover everything today. So real quick, our goal, as we think about the role of the board, and I wanted to comment on the talent that I've seen just in this process across the university system. Goal is this is purely for education and kind of get us speaking the same language today. As we think about the role of the board, as the chair said, we have a governance role, thinking about resources, thinking about the appropriate policies, thinking about the future, like out in the further 5 or 10 year timeline or out that way. And that's how we think about the board as leadership, and management. You all are living with it and working with it every day. And I think there's some distinct roles there. And so we want to make sure how we appropriately play in the right spot. And then just an added benefit of doing this work and figuring out how to put this together is we've been able to interact with the team that's on the campuses in the university system. And I would say there's a lot of talent out there, and talent doesn't need to have a PhD in AI, right? This is mostly people that are innovative, that want to try and work with things, et cetera. And I did want to say, I want to name some names, excited that we now, our CIO, Dr. Robert Placido, is very forward on AI. Our finance team, I've found CFO Ryan Lowe and Gretchen, et cetera, is out there on the edge, actually, from a lot of people I've seen in any industry, thinking about how to better improve operations and try things. And so we're lucky to have that. There's President Farini Mundy, obviously, that's in that area. You'll hear from Dr. Schilling in a little bit. He's out there. Farmington now has a AI initiative. There was an AI conference at USM that was hosted, the UMS AI conference. So there's a lot of really interesting things. So I think we have a really good foundation to go forward from here. So with that, today we're going to hear from Dr. Peter Schilling, who works on campus here. We sent his bio along, so I don't need to reiterate that. Prashant Chandrasekhar, who's an alum and is at one of the sort of premier companies that have really made a pivot in this space, and look forward to And I'll be we're going to do 20 minutes, and then Q&A to follow, and I'll moderate the Q&A is the plan. I know President Farini Mundi is here, and wanted to say a couple of words also.
Thanks. Very, very briefly, I want to thank our speakers, both, of course, with very strong humane connections. Peter, an employee here, and very, very critical part of the University of Maine efforts in teaching and learning, highly, highly regarded. And we are so fortunate to have Prashanth's time. He is a member of our Board of Visitors right now, always making terrific, insightful comments. And so I just want to say thank you to both of you, Peter and Prashanth, for being here today. And I'll be listening eagerly. Thank you.
With that, we'll welcome Dr. Peter Schilling to come up and start the presentation.
You usually go by Peter.
You forgot the drum roll.
So thank you for having me. This is, I don't often get a chance to talk to a group like this. I'm going to do something a little perhaps unexpected. I'm going to start actually, I'm going to use a term from philosophy and make sure that we're all on the same page with it. And that's epistemology. And that is, epistemology is the study of what it means to know, what it means to master in a field. And spoiler alert, that's changing. Okay. And maybe to give a little context for that, famously, for example, Socrates was terrified that reading and writing was going to completely undercut education because no one was going to have mastery, was going to learn epistemology if they could just read it, right? And so he really advised his students not to read, not to write. Similarly, famously, I was at Bowdoin earlier in my career and had the opportunity to read their faculty senate meetings from the 1830s when a young faculty member named Professor Smith went out to Harpswell and got a piece of Harpswell's slate, brought it into his math class, and started writing math equations on the board. The faculty were furious with this. This was not learning. Students couldn't be exposed to classes like this. This was awful. And so they made him take it down. And then the students who had previously taken those math classes all petitioned to retake them because they had actually never mastered the subject. And that's one of the two colleges in the US where chalkboards got their start, right? And it was really the students challenging the faculty about what it meant to know. So jumping in now, I have an image up here of a library, and historically, the library has been evolving right along with the university. But if we think about the library and the holdings that it has, right, that's where we put all of our knowledge. That's where we came to get it. But if we were to talk as a computer scientist today, we would say that a library is sort of a fairly slow, minimally accessible data set, right? You have to go through item by item of the books, of the maps, recordings, things like that. They're all sort of, they exist in their own little ecosystem, right? So I want to keep that in mind as we move forward, because this is also part of what's changing. So staying with that theme, library, a place of books. Here we have a classroom. This could be a classroom from any time in the last 300 or 400 years, with one exception. And that is all of the students in this image actually have books, right? That's been one of the major changes of the 20th century, is all students access to books, because things have changed. The printing press, paper, but we still think of sort of lectures, which by definition, the lecture comes from the Latin word to read. So we still have the concept of classes are a place where students come and faculty read to them. And just thinking sort of how that's evolving in time. And really for hundreds of years, since the 12th, 13th century, this is the best we could do. So as we think about the adoption of new technologies, it can help to think in stages. So if you will, the railroad gave rise to correspondence courses. Early radio stations were required to reserve broadcast time for education. This is NYU's Sunrise Semester, which ran from the late 50s to the early 70s. You'll note we still have the book as the center. The instructor here is reading with the students. And I want to emphasize that it's common for cultures to take decades and generations to adopt and utilize new technologies in ways that are native to that technology. Our first impulse tends to be, what is a problematic task from a previous technology? How can we use new technology to do that a little better, a little easier? But it really takes usually 3, 4, maybe even 5 generations before we're using technology in a way that is native. And so maybe this is familiar to folks, but early radio was someone reading the newspaper on air. Early TV was a stationary camera on the radio actors doing their performance. If we think about where we are with the internet today, we read our newspapers there, we listen to podcasts and radio, and now we're watching TV on it. So we're still somewhat backward looking in our utilization of the internet, but there are significant exceptions to that, which we'll get into. I'll also sort of help, maybe this will help think about it. We really don't even have a vocabulary today to talk about the internet or even generative AI. So we have email, it's not mail. We have, shopping carts online, they're not. We have web pages, right? My phone is back in my bag, but the idea that we call our phones would be incomprehensible 2 decades ago. So we haven't even evolved a way of talking about current technology. So a little trivia quiz. This is the history of just the web in browsers from the last about 30 years. And so, the internet itself is evolving. It's not this thing that was, it started being invented in the late 60s, evolved a lot in the 70s and 80s, and we got the web in the 90s, right? It's still a very dynamic space. And so and most of this, if you look around, started in higher ed and then evolved into the businesses. And most of where it started in higher ed was with students. So one of the areas that the internet went to really fast and is doing very well is around collaboration in all of its flavors, from Amazon's collaborative filtering, Wikipedia's crowdsourcing, Google Doc, and the idea that we can work on a single document simultaneously with a bunch of others, the way in which we use network calendars. GIS is an area where, globally we're collaborating on data collection. And even things like iNaturalist, which is, a tool that folks studying different areas in the environment sort of inventory what they're finding in the field and sharing information about it. One of the things to also keep in mind is with the pace of change that we have, we tend to get generational divides. So, we have a Facebook generation, we have my 18-year-old son is the Discord generation. I tend to still use email, which nobody under the age of 30 does, unless they're asking for money. In education, we have also taken steps, but our, I'm going to use the word again, epistemological assumptions is still backward looking at books. So, and the idea of lectures. So here we have a faculty member here at UMaine who teaches in political science. We put him in a green screen studio so that we can place him anywhere in the world. It's still analog. It's a digital version of an analog process. Similarly, we have a light board where we have faculty come in and, sorry, but do chalk talks, right? That blackboard again. It's a digital version. We can do a lot more with it. Such as here, you see, we found his handwriting illegible. So we put up a screen so that we could type out and so the students could actually read it. So again, even though we create videos, use green screens, light boards, et cetera, it's still a backward looking approach. So what I want to offer is this is the thing that's changing right now. This is what generative AI is changing. We access almost unimaginable libraries of information, basically the public internet plus a lot of other resources, and we do it at the word level, right? We used to, thinking back to the library and these items that were all standalone and isolated, the human brain was the only place where synthesis between those things happened. Now they're happening outside of the human brain, and they're happening for us, right? So this is, again, the real pivot that we're seeing now is that the body of knowledge available to us today is accessible at an incredibly granular level. So in some ways, this is the moment in which education is becoming digital. Up until now, we've still largely been analog, but this is the thing that's changing now. So with that as a kind of long preamble, sorry about that. I wanted to just sort of put out a couple of definitions so that there are things that you probably see. There are things probably around which you're hearing issues arising, but just so that we have some common language. So an LLM or a large language model is that library. It's a, in this case, a massive library where we do natural language processing. And GPT is a version of an LLM that OpenAI, the company OpenAI developed. It's a generative pre-trained transformer. What that's doing, that's the logic. And so when we hear about concerns about bias, concerns about inaccurate information, it's the GPT that is getting tweaked. It's that logic area where it's assessing or the behind the scenes, the programmers can try and manage some of that. And I'll quickly say, both at the LLM, there can also be small language models. And actually, I think that's an area where things are going to heat up. They are already heating up very quickly. So Bloomberg is coming out with its small language model. iNaturalist is a version of that small language model. Those are really focused in disciplines, and the depth of information in them is more than what you'll find on the public internet. We can think about small language models or personal GPTs at the class level. So I could have I could teach a class in which I have just a small language model for the students in my class. I can have a GPT for just the students in my class, and all the information relating to the class could be in there. So inference, the next term there, is really an important concept because the way in which the GPTs or LLMs work is statistically. It's what word is most often coming after the word I just typed and the 3 words or 7 words before that. So keep in mind that there's not really any intelligence in artificial intelligence. There's just statistics. And then we've probably all heard about the hallucinations. The statistics can lead to hallucinations. So famous case down in New York where an attorney tried to submit a case to the court using ChatGPT and never reviewing it. And ChatGPT made up sites, made up case law, because statistically it could work. Same thing happens in academia. You can run an essay through ChatGPT and it'll create some fictitious citations for you. So keep in mind, again, hallucinations, inference, they sort of go together. So with that, how many of you have played around with ChatGPT or anything like it? Nice, good. we thought that we would just do a couple examples with ChatGPT if live will work for us here. Expand this. So Sharon Klein is a faculty member here who teaches in economics, and she does economics of energy. And she thinks about sort of different, like, are solar panels or solar farms less environmentally negatively impacts than dams and other things. So thinking about her class, I could see a student in her class asking, give me a narrative on the environmental pros of removing a dam, with the target audience being a town council. So I'm not going to ask you to read this live, especially given how small the font is, but it's basically, it's giving me arguments. Whoops. I'm using the free version here, but it is for, and basically it's giving me information that I didn't obviously provide it. It's giving me context. It's talking about restoration of natural environments. It's talking about activities that can be done on a moving river versus a reservoir, the impact on fish, the restoration of species, et cetera. As it's going through, I can, and this is what our students are already doing, right? They're asking these questions, but they're also asking, give me the counter argument. Sort of give me this same scenario from the perspective of the business community in that town. Make an argument against removing the dam. So they go back and forth and they rehearse. Sometimes they do this so that when they come into class, they feel better prepared to have a discussion with the faculty. So it's often folks sort of, when they first come upon sort of ChatGPT, they smack their head and thinking, this is going to be cheating. Students are going to use this instead of actually reading my books. That's that thing again, these small containers of information, right? The students are actually using it to prep, to become prepared. As one of my students said to me, I don't have a PhD in math. I don't always understand all the vocabulary that my math faculty member is using in Calc 1. So I go to ChatGPT and I get a translation of what the instructor is saying, so that when I am back in class, I am better prepared to work with that faculty member. Well, given that many of you have used this, I'm not going to belabor too many examples there. So here at UMaine, just a quick context. In last fall, the provost asked us to put together a task force to focus on teaching and learning guidelines for faculty and students. We came up with those. The Faculty Senate approved them early last winter. So we've had in place not only guidelines for citations, for utilization, for syllabus language, but also a range of ways that faculty could consider consider using, and that goes from forbidding to requiring. Because there are different contexts in which students should and should not be using generative AI, but the idea of them finishing their college education or grad school without being exposed to generative AI is today problematic. Ali Abedi and his group have been working in AI for years. They too have put together guidelines for folks who are doing research in AI. And this extends from Ali's area of more electrical engineering all the way to folks who are doing research in special ed and the utilization of AI with those populations, and sort of everything in between, communications, et cetera. So we have the two guidelines in place for teaching and learning and research. And another one of the provost committee is just about finishing up guidelines for the administrative use of generative AI. And it covers sort of a range of tasks that you would expect folks to use, right? But part of that, and maybe this is part of what you all are doing as a board, is thinking about what is your GPT? What should be in your GPT in order to facilitate your work, right? So with that, I think we're going to pivot into sort of a real life example of a industry upended very recently by AI.
Thanks, Peter. And Prashant, you're now on the scene and we'll do questions for Paul.
Should I switch in? Sorry, I could barely hear that.
You're ready to go, Prashant.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wonderful to be here and to share a couple of thoughts about generative AI and how we at Stack Overflow managed through a fairly disruptive time, and perhaps some of this could actually be useful to the university system. So I mentioned a couple of things. One is, of course, I'm a proud alum of UMaine, and as President Frini Mundy mentioned, I'm part of the Board of Visitors, and so it's been wonderful to see the progress of the university. In many ways, I think we've got so many strengths that we can lean on that allow us to sort of catapult into this new era and also address some of the challenges that the university is going to be facing, just generally speaking, using this technology to its advantage, much like we've done with the company. So if I were to just sort of take it at the highest level, I think there are a couple of things happening in the world today. There's obviously an economic climate that is quite unpredictable, with the interest rates, continue to be at elevated levels, inflation being high, especially the cost of education being high, and the general economic scenario globally being somewhat uncertain. That's one backdrop of an element. The other element, of course, is the rapid technological evolution, especially through technologies like generative AI that are happening at the same time. The first one, the economic point, really drives for a tremendous amount of productivity, doing more with less. And that's generally the theme in sort of the corporate sector, the place that I operate for most of my time. And doing more with less, I'm assuming, is going to be a theme that pretty much every sector is going to encounter for the next several years, only because I think it's all about productivity and driving progress that way. So I no doubt that the pressures in the university system will continue there, especially when you think about government funding for schools. Of course, UMaine is a public university, so in that context, there is a very large debt bubble in the United States that also, I think, has to be considered at some point. And these backdrop elements, I think, while pose a challenge, the great thing about something like generative AI is that it can actually be used to really accelerate the university into sort of the next era of education. So I'm very optimistic about what this could actually do for UMaine and the system. So I'll very quickly, I'm the CEO of a company called Stack Overflow. We are the world's largest software developer community. We serve close to 100 million people all around the world. And these are folks who are technologists, who are software developers. Pretty much any software developer in Maine likely uses Stack Overflow, has been using our platform. We've been around since 2008. I joined as a CEO in 2019 after a long career at a cloud-based company here based in Texas. So Stack Overflow, what is it? As I mentioned, we serve about 100 million people. These folks are in 185 countries across the world. By the way, did my slide move? I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it did, Prashant. You're good.
Okay. So we serve folks in 185 countries all around the world, of course, including the United States, which is obviously our largest population. And the platform, just to very quickly explain it, we have on the top left here the world's largest knowledge base of technical information. So think of it as a mix between Wikipedia and Reddit for technologists. So it's factual, it's accurate, it's the canonical answer to a question when somebody goes and asks a question, how do I do this in XYZ programming language? It is the authoritative source. And we have close to 60 million questions and answers on every possible technology topic. The rest of the boxes in the middle and the bottom here are all our commercial products, which we have built around that foundation of the community and that answer knowledge base. So we have a private version of Stack Overflow that we sell into companies, into universities that they can use to share and collaborate using the same sort of platform. And the platform, you can imagine, has got all sorts of gamification and community curation to make sure that the information is always accurate. We have obviously an advertising business because of the large amounts of traffic. And then we most recently launched 2 AI-specific products. One that is an AI capability that sits on these platforms that leverages natural language processing, as we'll talk about here in a second, to provide very, very fluid answers to users who are very much like students. You know, our population includes a large number of students from around the world and university students. And then the API product at the bottom right, also because our data is so valuable, the library that was mentioned, large AI companies want access to our data so that they can actually train their LLM models to reduce the hallucinations, to make sure that it's grounded in real fact, because it is one of the most important and factual knowledge bases out there. So we talked a little bit about the history of technology, and I think the moment that we're in, I think it's one of those moments that we're always going to remember as, oh, do you know, it was the Gen AI moment, much like it was the personal computing moment. Well, hopefully many of us remember getting our first PCs, or the first time we tried the internet in the 1990s. It was never the same after that. Or the first time we got our mobile phones, it was never the same after that. Or even in technology world, it was never the same after using Stack Overflow, because people didn't have to look at textbooks to solve their problems like I was doing at the Barrows Hall Computer Engineering Labs. But after 2008, people just went to Stack Overflow as the authoritative reference online for all things technology. Similarly, cloud computing, once the cloud came onto the scene, it was never the same. And now with generative AI, it is absolutely sure that we should be absolutely certain that it's never going to be the same after this moment. This is a decade-long movement that is going to be very prevalent in pretty much all the things that we do. And it's going to be like second nature about having an AI assistant that we interact with in the future. And so why are we at this moment? I think this is important and somewhat underestimated because it seems like it sort of caught up in a hurry to us. The reality is that this has been happening over multiple decades. Ironically, even when I was at UMaine, I was at the ECE, Electrical and Computer Engineering Intelligent Systems Laboratory. I was a research assistant there in 1999, and we were studying neural networks in that lab. Neural networks are the foundational elements of what today's generative AI is all about. So this has been compounding for literally decades. The advent of the AI and ML technologies, cloud transformation, DevOps, all these topics that have been compounding, the access to tremendous amounts of data that have been collected across the world into universities and of course companies and users. All this has been adding up to this point, and now with the ability to process tremendous amounts of information on these chips that are called GPUs, as was referenced, has created this sort of crescendo moment, which has unlocked people's imagination. So everybody's learning about generative AI at the moment. There's a tremendous amount of upskilling happening, both at individuals as well as organizational levels. We've been on Stack Overflow, created an area for people to learn about something called prompt engineering, because it is the way in which people learn about how do you actually get the most relevant answer by asking the most relevant questions and so on. But the great thing about these is they're really great about these tools are really great about getting an initial draft going. I think it is fantastic to make sure that if you are coding, you can actually get going with a quick draft, but then you have to build from there based on your expertise. So, and also in the context of what's happening, I think these these models or these LLMs, large language models that we talked about, we need to have humans in the loop to make sure that they are in fact accurate, the fact that they are not hallucinating, the fact that they are relevant to what we're doing. So that judgment, that human judgment is never going to go away. And that's the good news, right? At least for the foreseeable future. Humans are going to play a big part in this. And how do you leverage this sort of power tool and be augmented in your skills, but still be in the middle of it? And so ultimately, in the context of getting that first draft, as I mentioned, still knowledge sharing is going to be very, very important because you still need to be able to create new knowledge. You need to be able to validate it, et cetera. So it is going to be the center. Knowledge and data is going to be at the center of this movement when you're trying to get the right information at the right time. So like I mentioned, we serve about 100 million people. Every year we survey and talk to them in many ways. Most recently, we surveyed, this past year, we surveyed a whole bunch of them about AI, and about 100,000 people responded, maybe even some UMaine alums, you never know. And 2 data points stood out to us that when we asked them how many of them were planning on using AI tools or were using AI tools, 70% of them said they were planning or were already using AI tools for their day-to-day work. This is writing software as specifically, right? And then the second question that we asked them was, how many of you actually trust what's coming out of these AI tools? And only 40% of them said that they trusted what was coming out of these AI tools. So that creates a big wedge, and there's obviously caution. There's obviously an element of should I be using this in my day-to-day work? What if I do and something breaks? Whose fault is it? All those sort of questions. Is there a security issue? All those elements that you hear people are grappling with in the industry. This is very much reflected in these 2 data points. The other question that I often get is AI a creator or destroyer of jobs? And there's a lot of speculation about this and a lot of doomsdayers suggesting that the world's going to there's going to be highly deflationary. People are going to lose their jobs. I actually have a fairly, and we at Stack Overflow have a very contrarian view. Because if you look at the many waves, technology waves from the past, whether it's the outsourcing era, when jobs were sent to other lower cost countries, as an example, for economic benefit, or even the era when we were trying to automate many things that's still underway for over a decade. All these things suggested that there were going to be fewer jobs for people to go do. The reality is that during this period of time, and we have a lot of data around this, the number of software developers has actually only increased in the world. And so that's an interesting counterintuitive point, because what that's basically enabling, people are getting the ability to actually free up their time to work on more interesting things, more important things, higher value problems, and being able to take the drudgery out of their day-to-day or lower level tasks out. And historically, that's been by offshoring. It's been using automation technologies. And now it is all about how do we process and even create a lot of great content, and even in this case, obviously code, while you're focusing on thinking about the business problem, as an example, or in the case of universities, the actual student outcome that you're trying to generate. And so while we have about 25 million software developers in the world, and about we expect that to almost 10x over the next several years, because the barrier to entry to actually being a software developer has dramatically dropped now. You do not, unfortunately, you do not have to be a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering from the University of Maine, like I am, to be able to be a software developer, right? You have to be really, really good at prompting and creating code on the fly by asking natural language questions, saying, I would like to create an app on XYZ. And that's where the world is going. And so somebody who is presumably not a computer science expert can actually go do this very quickly. And so tying it back to the jobs, I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of people a tremendous number of problems that are going to be automated, and AI itself has got so many different elements to go and build out that's going to create a lot of jobs for people. And the number of startups and newer, smaller companies emerging are tremendous around the space, and that's also going to create jobs. So that's the great news. So in the open internet, we've got a lot of different sites like ours, and through this movement, we've had to respond to this era. So whether that's the Reddits of the world, or Quoras, or the Stack Overflows like us, what we have done is we have established a licensing model where these big AI companies like OpenAI or AWS or Google, et cetera, are licensing the content and ultimately being able to train their models. And then ultimately humans are still contributing, or should be contributing, to these original sources of content, so that the flywheel continues to exist and the original thought there contributes to the model of the future. So these are licensing agreements that have been created. We've struck partnerships with OpenAI and Google, as I'll talk about here in a second, in order for this to happen. So we've had to respond very quickly. So here are some beliefs about the future of AI tools that may be useful. Number one, cost is going to be a very, very important consideration, because this is a tremendous amount of money going into this space. We're talking literally tens of billions of dollars. So at some point, this is going to be important, where people are going to ask, what am I getting for it? Again, foundational models will become a commodity. The amount of innovation happening, there's a tremendous amount of competition between the big AI players to outdo each other. And with all the data that they're pulling in and processing it quickly and providing a very actual answer that is accurate. So that's happening. It'll become a commodity. Personalization is going to be a key for differentiation. How do you make sure that a student, let's say in the first year, in their freshman year, is getting a certain type of answer versus a student in the fourth year is getting a more complex answer based on their capability. And then the model evaluation is going to really cause people to ask, what am I actually going to get for it? That's also going to be, again, the cost element is going to come back in. And then finally, the legal and ethical debate about, what is the open internet? Is this actually ethical for people to actually go and pull in all the data of the world and generate an economic model that, ultimately gets served? That's a constant debate that's underway. So I think there'll be new data privacy laws and, intellectual property laws that get set up. And I'll speed through a couple of these things, but ultimately this emerges, what this really sort of results in, socially responsible AI is going to be a theme that you're going to hear us talk about, certainly, which is important to have that ecosystem continue to move with community and making sure that people are contributing back to the communities generating content. The race to accuracy that we pointed out, the hallucination issue, that's going to be very important to remove that. The LLM wars, or large language model wars, between these big technology companies is going to be a highly, highly competitive environment. So that's also underway. And of course, companies are going to really require for this to be highly enterprise grade and ready to be able to use, much like universities, right? Universities will also want to make sure that there's multiple levels of data governance, that there are no hallucinations, et cetera. And all of this is rooted in the data. And in this case, at UMaine, a lot of the data that you have within the university, whether that's research data, whether that is any large pools of data that you collect. The quality of data, just to make this point, we went and took our high quality knowledge base, much like let's say university data set, also will do this. And we took an open source model and we trained this large language model with our data. And what ended up happening to that hallucination point, it improved the accuracy of the answers by over 25, 30 percentage points. And this is empirically very, very important, because it suggested that high quality data from whatever source, whether that's the university or anywhere else, dramatically improves the accuracy of answers. So if you're concerned about hallucinations, there is an absolute workaround that people have now discovered. And this is the point around making sure that we combine at Stack Overflow. We have said our philosophy for our product has been to combine humans on our platform and the AI capabilities on our community. Humans, of course, do a lot of great things. They create new knowledge, they validate information, they interpret, they connect the dots, and so on. AI does search, what is known as semantic search, aggregation and summarizations, and all these things that we've learned about recently. And we have now decided to really focus on delivering high trustworthy, highly attributed back to the rooted in the sources answers, accurate answers based on the fact that they are tested, personalized for the person at their level, providing feedback loops so that the model is constantly learning, and ultimately providing recognition to the people that are contributing the original content. And this is a little bit more of a technical topic, but when we had to determine exactly how we operated in the grand scheme of what was happening in the workflow of software development, we really help people get unstuck, or as known in the technology, in the software world, debugging and getting help. Whereas a lot of people generate a lot of code these days using these new tools like GitHub Copilot and others. And so we've had to create a very symbiotic partnership with them to say, look, we'll focus on the context and you focus on generating code. So we've had to rethink what is our role in the overall ecosystem. And again, this is a question for you folks to think through in the context of the university and in the actual sort of student experience. What is truly actually the role of the university vis-a-vis the role of an AI agent, an education agent, as they learn? Much like the internet have played a role in people's learning over the past couple decades. So I think we had to reframe ourselves, and we decided to partner in this context. And more specifically with Google and OpenAI, what we have done, you can see this on the right side here, is that when people are in their generative AI coding platform, they're able to generate code, like I mentioned, create me an app that does X, Y, Z. And then the way that app is created by the tool, but then you can see through our partnership, we are now able to create citations back to anything that's relevant to what this code is generating. So it says from the reference library, if you will, of Stack Overflow, which is 60 million questions and answers, it's able to then reference here the three things that is related, or here where the sources came from, and here's some additional related content. So for a user, this is tremendously beneficial because they are not only generating it on the fly super quickly, which is very productive. It's like using a calculator for the first time in exams, which when I first did it, I was like blown away. I was like, wow, I can't believe I can use my calculator for my exams. But it's very similar in that in this context, if you're able to generate code on the fly, but you're still learning because it's providing back the sources of where this came from. So you're continuing the learning journey. And so for us, we have what was previously just the bottom of this page, which is our community knowledge base of 60 million questions and answers. We have built all the things that you see, especially the orange boxes have been added. The blue boxes are the two things that I mentioned. We sell our knowledge base into companies for a proprietary knowledge base, and then we have an advertising business. But we've had to basically build an AI set of capabilities, as well as this capability to partner with these big AI companies to be able to then deliver a great experience for our end users so they can actually benefit from the best of AI while keeping the community human connection at the heart of their experience. And I won't go through all this, but these are all the features we launched over the past year by leveraging generative AI. So really providing the ability to ingest a lot of knowledge into our knowledge base so it can be used repeatedly by users. We have created a really powerful search capability where people can search using natural language prompts in generative AI and ask a question like, how do I spin up a cloud environment at the University of Maine? And the answer is going to come back in a very technical sense after that. But you're asking a very simple question that is in natural language, nothing complicated, but it's going to pull from all the reference from within Stack Overflow's instance within UMaine as an example, and also our 60 million public questions and answers, and provide that answer. We're also in the place where people write code. We're also in places like Slack and Microsoft Teams. So we're surfacing all this knowledge in these places where people spend their time. And then we have created these new areas for people to learn about things like prompt engineering, as I mentioned previously, so people can continuously adapt to what's going on in this world. So very quickly, I'll mention to you that we've had to do a tremendous amount. When this originally happened, when the ChatGPT moment happened, our community of 100 million people immediately reacted very quickly to say, look, this has hallucinations, et cetera, let's ban it. And so that's kind of what happened very quickly. We even saw a drop in our traffic very early on, where people started going to ChatGPT versus coming to Stack Overflow because it was considered a viable alternative. And that created a really, really important moment for us to say, we have to pull together a core team of people. And so this is what I call a red team within Stack Overflow. So our team, I carved out, literally as a CEO, 40 people from my organization And we basically, we operate in a highly distributed sense, but we carved out and we said, look, we have to solve this. What is our response to this? This is going to be a tremendous once in a generation movement, much like the internet's going to be. This is very much an existential moment. And so for us to go and solve that problem. So with that core group of 40 people, we then went and thought through, let's go talk to our users. What do they actually want to solve? What are their core problems that they're trying to solve? How do we use this technology to solve those problems? Can we make the experience on our platform that we've always trying to solve problems? Can we use this technology to catapult and to leapfrog our users' experience using this? And then we set a marker literally about a year ago, which was a conference that I'm actually going to this week in Germany called the We Are Developers Conference, where I said to the company, look, by July of 2023, we were sitting here, by the way, in about January or February. And I said, let's March, April, May, June, July. So we had about 4.5 months. We have to be all in on thinking through what we're going to build, and we have to go build it by then. We're going to go demonstrate it to the world in this event. And that's when this group of 40 people worked really, really hard. And it took really a gargantuan effort to go and talk to our users, understand exactly what they wanted. That's what I showed you about the combination of AI and humans. They talked to us about the fact that they were all using, 70% of them were either using or planning on using tools, but only 40% of them trusted it. And so we came up with our own principles around what to do around it. And then we started thinking through, all the things that we had to build. So we went and built out the things that we did that I just showed you, those multiple features. We announced it at the We Are Developers Conference in July. And then we continued to partner with these big AI companies. And so we partnered with Google first, and then we partnered very most recently with OpenAI to integrate our content into theirs. And so we then created the socially responsible AI motion with these big companies. And now we are in what's known as general availability, as in our customers can purchase our AI products and are now doing so. And we just had one of the biggest healthcare companies in the world sign up this past couple of weeks. So we're very happy about that. And yes, OpenAI, we announced that. So for us, it's all about bringing AI and community together. That's what we're all in the spirit of doing. And so hopefully that's helpful as a case study for all of you to learn a little bit about how we had to react and respond rather to the moment. And maybe one parting thought I would mention, in addition to having the pleasure of going to the University of Maine, which I'm very grateful for, I also had the opportunity to go to Harvard Business School. For business school. And one of my professors at HBS was Clayton Christensen. He's no longer alive, unfortunately, but he mentioned, very early on, back in 2006, 2008, that the university system is ultimately, there is a disruptive threat at the university level because the advent of technology, the advent of the internet, the advent of information and coursework available online, then it questions, is the university system over-serving almost? And is it like leaving behind a lot of students, especially when the cost of education goes up? And that was his provocation back in, I think, 2006 when I was in business school. And that has played out, it's somewhat played out, but not really. He predicted, for example, a lot of universities, going out of business, closing. He suggested hundreds of universities were going to close. Some of that has happened, actually. Most recently, if you look at some of the results, there are universities closing, but not perhaps at the scale at which he had described it. But I would posit to all of you that this is probably a moment where universities, that moment, that what he is talking about, it does accelerate in this moment in time because of AI specifically, because of what it does in terms of providing accessibility to a vast majority of students that really want a personalized AI tutor in the voice, by the way. There are apps nowadays, things like Character AI, where your instructor's voice can come through in their AI app, giving them one-to-one tutoring at 1 o'clock in the morning, even though the tutor is actually not there, right? So all this is being pulled into these AI models to make it a very, very hyper-realistic type of experience. So the challenge, I think, to all of us, and I have a vested interest in this as an alum as well as being part of the board of visitors, is how do we embrace this in a way that improves the experience of the average student? How do we make sure that we embrace this technology and modernize our educational experience for our students so that we are able to take advantage of this moment to solve perhaps problems that you already trying to solve, but at this moment, you can use this technology to its benefit. So I'll stop there, but hopefully that was helpful. Thank you. Great.
Thanks, Prashant. Thanks, Peter. I've got a few questions and then we'll open it up for questions. Do we have time for, yeah. And I have three. I'm going to do a quick, and this is for you, Prashant. One of them is more basic. Can you describe, so there's a little echo, why is this different than the internet? And you made one comment related that was, you don't need a bachelor's of science for computer engineering anymore, and would love for you to unpack that a little bit. Two is pace of change, seems like things change every week. What are you seeing out there? And then three is, you had that rapid response, a month later with the red team and launched a product 4 months later.
Yes.
Any advice for us as we think about moving into this space?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So three different but very good questions. The first one is because the ability for anybody, in fact, anybody here in the audience, you could go and probably, you probably never thought of yourselves as a software developer unless you're a computer science person. But I can challenge you that one of you can probably go home today and actually create your own application to create something, because it's that easy to do, right? Because the tools are so easy to use and are so accessible that you can go and create your own webpage today. You do not need a computer science degree to do that. I had to go learn HTML and CSS and all these sort of fundamentals of technology and programming languages. The next generation is not going to need to do that. It's, by the way, very important for them to learn how to do that. There's no question about that. And I always warn against that, saying don't use it as a crutch for your learning, especially early programmers. But it is very, very easy to skip past that. But all this knowledge is now embedded in these large language models. So you're just interacting in natural English language and saying, create me a form that accepts people's information about their courses. Boom, a form is created. And that's it. You don't need to go and say, how do I think about writing code in all these languages to create that form? You don't need to do that. So that's why the barrier to entry is dramatically lower. Anybody can do it. And that's the first question. The second question, I think sorry, Owen, just remind me.
Yeah, it was unfair to give you three different questions.
No
Second one was pace of
Red
change.
team.
Red
Yes.
team was the ending one.
Okay,
So
yeah,
pace of change
yeah.
was the middle.
Yeah, the pace of change, you're right in that it is absolutely staggering the amount of new development in this space, because I mentioned the tens of billions of dollars going into this arena. All the compounding laws that you name it, Moore's law, and there are about 6 other ones. You name your favorite law. They're all in effect, I mean, in many ways, because the compounding effect of the past several decades that have been in place, they're all happening at various levels, meaning they're happening at the chip level, they're happening at the data level, they're happening at the the cloud level, transformer level. And so they're all adding and not adding, but they're compounding, multiplying, over each other. And as a result, the amount of development, I've never seen anything like this in my time of being in technology, because I'm having to, in the role that I'm in, I'm having to keep up with a tremendous number of new developments on a weekly basis because of that competition that I mentioned, the LLM wars that I mentioned. People are trying to outdo each other. Is it price for performance? What about cost? What about quality? There's all these vectors that people are trying to solve for. That is constantly generating innovation. And this is just a super cycle of innovation that we're in. And it needs a deep technical expert to sort of keep up. And then the last question around the red team point, again, this actually, I'll credit this back to my professor, Clayton Christensen. As part of his whole story around Innovator's Dilemma, by the way, it's a great book. In case you folks have not read it, I would recommend it, is the aspect of the only way that you can solve the problem when you're in this situation as an incumbent. And the University of Maine is an incumbent here because you're an existing institution, much like Stack Overflow is an existing company. So when a new disruptive technology comes in to the foray, there are not enough incentives for you to respond fast enough or to even pay attention to it. Because we're all very comfortable in what we're doing, including our company. Like everybody is just saying, we've got a business, we've got to keep running. But people react, and there's so many case studies over the history of time, whether it's the steel industry or anything else that he would reference, that if you do not actually shake out of that existing incumbent thinking, and the way he does it is he says, carve out an autonomous business unit, is what he would say. In this case, I instructed our team we carved out literally 40 of our best people, and we put them into a virtual room and said, let's not come out of this room until we build something that's going to be really valuable for our users. And we put some very capable leaders to focus on it. I personally drove the initiative from the top. I ran that organization, the product organization myself, which is an additional job to my day job of being the CEO of the company. But that is what it took to be able to move with speed, to break through barriers, to cut through red tape, to all the processes that we all have in place, which are for the right reasons, by the way, because we've had the ability to scale to the place that we've gotten to because of those systems and processes, et cetera. So the university no doubt has systems and processes that allows it to be successful, much like the Stack Overflow company. But we have to break the shackles of that, unfortunately, to go with extreme speed to be able to go do this. And this is almost disrupting yourself to be able to survive and to be able to thrive in this next generation. So that's my advice, to say, you need that sort of, top-down leadership. You need that type of urgency. You need a very dedicated group, and you need a very specific, I would say, set of outcomes to work backwards from.
Great, thanks, Prashant. Other questions from the group? And I'll take them until Trish says no more questions. Roger.
Thanks. Thank you both for a great morning so far. I think we're all in awe of what we've heard and are much further along in our understanding of this new opportunity. This question is really for Peter, I guess. In talking about this, as Prashant did, this disruptive threat, which is facing lots of different organizations, and certainly ours, as a university system, how should we be reacting to be on the cutting edge of this disruptive threat, so we are using it to appropriately change the way that we do things in order that the organization can remain healthy and perhaps even grow more healthy going forward? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I have a lot of thoughts on it. I'm speaking personally in some ways, but very similar to the Red Team. Last fall, as I mentioned, the president put together a task force. And if you think about the pace of most universities, by December, we had guidelines for all faculty and students to use generative AI services as part of teaching and learning. So really, in about 2 months' time, we turned around that. One of those was, and this leads also to your question, was the need to have equitable access for our students, faculty, and staff to a generative AI tool so that we all can be using it right now. I did a sort of a quick back of the envelope. So in September 2023, the surveys of how many college students were using generative AI services, they found about 50% were already using them. My suspicion is when those surveys come out in fall 2024, it's going to be 75 to 80. ChatGPT 4.0 currently costs $20 a month per person, which means that if only 50% of our students are using them, they're already spending $1.32 million a year on generative AI services that we know nothing about. Right. So so we put out an RFP. We're waiting on OpenAI to respond to see sort of what is their price point. But I think we need to really embrace it. We need to train our faculty and our staff as well as our students to use it. We did a retreat with the business faculty this past May. And as part of that, they surveyed employers, about a dozen different employers in a dozen different sectors in the state. And they were all expecting students who graduate from UMaine, from the business school, to have AI skills. And so we have to work to make sure that we're getting those skills to them. And one of the things I'll offer, if this helps, is one of the ways that generative AI is changing instruction is that epistemologic yeah, is that what's happening is starting really first years, we're not asking students to memorize vocabulary. We can't do multiple choice. We can't have them summarize arguments anymore. You saw me do that live, right? That we're immediately getting to critical thinking, creativity. That's where our focus is earlier. I teach in the College of Ed, and actually I have a student at 10. She is designing lessons for fifth graders to use generative AI tools, right? The students who arrive in the fall are going to be very versed in using these tools, and we have to be prepared to do that as well. Hopefully that answers your question.
Just wanted to quickly comment that I think since it's such a broad technology, there's different uses across the institution. There are going to be in applications we purchase AI. There's going to be encouraging people to use it more and giving them the tools. And then there's going to be business model change, which is where Prashant was going, like and I think each of those will likely require a different thinking and strategy across the board.
Yeah, so real quickly on that. So what we have done here is working with our bookstore is to have it so that if an entomologist or a faculty member teaching entomology wants the students to have iNaturalist, that's not something that everyone across, all students across, is that they license that at the course level.
Yeah.
But then we still need sort of a more of a general purpose AI that everyone has access to and is using.
I think I had Trustee Kane and maybe, or Trish, I mean, Trish. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm really struck by the when I think about the university system, we are teaching people about things, they can use them in life, right? We're also teaching them critical thinking skills, not what to think, but how to think, right? How to ask tough questions. And I was very struck by, I think it was in the presentation from Prashant, about the sort of first draft mentality around using AI. And I'm just interested in, I guess, both of your comments about how do we make sure that we are maintaining the primacy of teaching critical thinking, teaching people to question what's in front of them, when so many stages at which all of us learned those things, right? Through having to summarize, having to, make comparisons and question the differences between things. When that part gets, we jump steps, right? How do we make sure we are keeping that primacy of the university system being a place where people learn those skills that will help them in the AI world or in the wilderness, right? In those life skills.
Yeah, so one of the things that, and I'll come back to the business school as a model. So we did that day-long or afternoon-long session with them, not dissimilar to this. What's happening in your field? What are things to explore? We did some demos. They're following that up with, we're going to get together with them and think about their curriculum. So what happens at 100-level courses in the context of generative AI, 200, 300, 400? What do we hope to see our students graduating with in that context? And so we're starting to do that with more and more departments and colleges to think through how does generative AI fit into their curriculum and how is it changing their curriculum?
Yeah, if I could respond to that, such a great question, and one that we talk about quite a bit, in that knowing the fundamentals are so important for somebody who is early in their career or educational experience. I think it would be a complete disservice if people use it, as I mentioned previously, as a crutch to be able to skip all the steps and just sort of get to the end zone. So I think the university system has the ability to balance it by saying, here are the fundamentals for you to be able to apply critical thinking, for you to actually learn how to solve the problem, all the things that we want to do when we come out of college. But then assume very quickly that all these folks have the world's information at their fingertips. And so it's like there's a little bit of a dichotomy there, but I think covering the fundamentals, I think, is super important, because if somebody ultimately is in a situation later on saying, okay, why are you recommending this? Yeah, you generated this, great, good prompting. They should be able to ration or reason through their thinking on why they did that. So I think it's embracing the fact that this is accessible. No different, by the way, to when we had the calculator. And I go back to that example. When I grew up in India, and I came to UMaine when I was 17 on an international student scholarship, which I'm very grateful for. And in Maine, I'm sorry, in India, I never had a calculator to be able to do any of my exams, right? When I came to Maine, I had a TI-85 or one of those calculators that we could all use, and I was shocked. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like I could actually use this in my exam? But the fact that I actually knew that, you know what, 200 plus 300 is 500. I had general people obviously know that. But if you fat fingered it and typed in 200 plus 5,000 and it basically 200 plus 3,000, it said 3,200, you caught yourself saying, that's actually wrong. It's not 3,200. Clearly it's not that number, right? So I think having the ability to ration through or reason through that, okay, that's not right, because you're using human thought process, but you also have access to this amazing machine to be able to do whatever you need to do. In this case, calculators. In this case, generative AI. I think that's the combination that I suggest.
Thank you.
Remember when phones used to be picked up?
Yeah.
Let me, in the interest of time, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative. I just want to thank you all for the terrific presentation. And Peter, I'm deeply grateful that you talked about epistemology and Socrates, because I'm fearful that future generations won't know anything about who that is. But it strikes me that this, AI is here. We need to understand it. This has been terrifically helpful. But it strikes me that this is the best call I've heard in a long time to rethink the humanities. And I'd like to have a session for us as a board. You talked about the open internet, and we know one of all the extraordinary strengths of the internet, it's the greatest worry is the misinformation and the disinformation. And Prashant talked about human judgment is still needed. And that judgment, it seems to me, has to be rooted in the humanities and that kind of understanding of how the world works, how ethics work, how society works. And I'd love to think more about that. And I bet you have some comments on it.
My doctorate is in English literature, so.
Thank God.
Yeah.
That's enough said.
Well, yeah, I mean, seriously, actually, my dissertation was on how cultures change, and the technological ways in which that happens, or the causes or the impetus behind that. And I think you're right, is sort of to jump in and understand sort of what is the epistemology of this new technology, and how are we going to communicate it, and make sure that we manage it, it doesn't manage us.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been terrific, a great way to begin the meeting. And again, thank you both so much. Thank you, Valerie and Owen, and President Farini Mundi and Prashant and Peter. It's been a great presentation. And it's just the beginning. So thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And before we break, I failed to introduce two people. I want to welcome Griffin Growens, who's from UMaine Graduate School, our student rep today, and he's at the table, so I missed seeing him. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Welcome. And we welcome back to our family, Robert Placido, who's the new Chief Information Officer for the University of Maine system. So great. And if I've forgotten anybody else, I apologize. We are going to go into executive session as soon as we have this motion, and be back by 10:30 into our public session. Yes, we're going to go into executive session, and I need a motion for the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA Section 4056A to discuss the evaluation of personnel, consideration and discussion of appointments, employment and duties, 1 MRSA Sections 4056C to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining positions of UMS, 1 MRSA Section 4056D to discuss planning for negotiations and communications with unions and service and maintenance units. 1 MRSA Section 4056E to consult with its attorney concerning legal rights and duties of the university. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Martin, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? We are going into the next room, and I'd ask you to do so with alacrity, and we will be back here by 10:30. We're back. Thank you for your patience. It's a crazy day, but I hope most of you saw the AI presentation at 8, which was terrific and a good way to start our meeting. So welcome back to this July meeting of the Board of Trustees. We have a long list of commenters from the public, which we very much welcome, and remind you that personnel decisions, collective bargaining, grievances, litigation, and other areas excludable from public discussion under the main Freedom of Access law shall not constitute appropriate matters for comment. With that, let me open it up and I'll simply go through, I'll hope that I can properly pronounce your names and read them, and I'll go in the order in which you have signed up, and I begin with Meredith Waters.
I have notes. Okay. Good morning, board. Happy summer. I don't usually get to speak to you guys in the summer, so it's fun that I get to wear a dress instead of like a sweater and a jacket and another jacket. So today I want to talk a little bit about how I opened my bill for next semester a few weeks ago at this point, and I saw the new fees that were on the bill that we all expected to happen this year. And I'm very grateful for the transparency of both the University of Maine and the UMS system in the additional tuition increases, board increases, and fee increases that were going to come. We knew about these in the spring, so I wasn't necessarily shocked. However, when they started to add up, I got increasingly concerned about where I would end up seeing these fees in the future. So for example, we've always had a technology fee, but now it's a technology and infrastructure fee that went from $240 to $405 on my bill. That's a large increase, and I know that we are getting a new HVAC system in a building on campus, but I do want to make sure that these fees that are adding up really quickly on my bill are going to be seen by students, and emphasize that the spending of these fees and where these fees are budgeted get spent in places that students will see them and reap the benefits, because it's frustrating. It's going to be about, and this is excluding tuition increase and the new academic materials program. It's about $1,000 more for me to attend school this year than it was last year, and that's excluding tuition increase. I want to make sure that $1,000 is seen on campus by students, and that we get to reap the benefit of the extra money we were putting into this university, because I know things are more expensive and I know costs will have to rise, and that's natural. But $1,000 over the course of the next school year is going to be a lot of money for a student. Thank you.
Thank you. Addison Ball.
It's Bell.
I'm
Good morning.
C.
Yeah, don't worry.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You're fine. So recently I had to use a first aid kit in the classroom I teach at, and found that the antiseptic cream expired in 1998. And, it's pretty alarming. All of the Band-Aids were basically falling apart. Even the packaging that's holding them, the adhesive had disintegrated, basically. So I think that focusing on updating all the first aid kits on campus should be a priority, because safety should be the first priority of any institution. And also, I have a room where the heat always stays on, the room 206 at Bryan Global Center. And even during the winter, I'm sweating in my room. So it would be nice if there would be some focus on the air conditioning and heating system in Bryan Global Center, as well as other buildings on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Scandery.
Hello, my name is Matthew Scandura. I'm a graduate student and a worker in the Department of Molecular and Biomedical Sciences. And I'm also here to talk about the state of first aid kits on campus. I used to be a TA for an anatomy course. We do the kinds of things you would expect: dissections with scalpels and knives and sharp tools. One day, a student came up to me with a bleeding finger. Turned out this was just from a paper cut, but she was looking for a Band-Aid, and I realized I didn't know where to find one. And I searched around the class, couldn't find anything, and I had to contact the primary instructor to find out that we did not have a first aid kit, but we did have a single old box of Band-Aids buried in the back of a drawer behind papers and scissors and markers where I never would have been able to find it on my own. Now, this situation was fine, but you can imagine in a classroom like anatomy, that's a pretty ridiculous situation, and how much worse that situation could have been. And as I understand, this is the case with first aid kits around campus. In my own research, in my research lab, other students assumed that we did not have a first aid kit. I found out that we did. However, the items were from the late 90s, early 2000s, many of them expired. And in talking to my advisor about this, he spoke to health and safety and found that it is not acceptable for us to have an expired first aid kit, but it is perfectly acceptable for us to have no first aid kit. So that is the state of our lab right now. We used to have an expired first aid kit, and now we have none. I think this is pretty ridiculous, and I think that the perspective of health and safety that the university seems to hold is pretty unacceptable. And that is part of why I am a part of the Graduate Workers Union. It is also part of why I'm here today to call on you and to remind you that you have a responsibility to the health and safety of your workers and students. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Matilda Borch. And you can correct me, I bet you.
Hello, my name is Matilda Buck. I'm from Denmark, and I'm an international graduate student and graduate worker here at the University of Maine. And I'm fairly new, and I'm fairly far from home. And I've been here for 1 semester, but I will now be moving for the 4th time. The first time I moved across the Atlantic for a dream and a research opportunity to study glaciology here. And my first place of living was Stoddard Hall, the university's only option for graduate housing here on campus. However, it was a totally unsustainable option, as the fees and the rent just by themselves was way beyond my stipend, even though I got my insurance and my tuition paid, and it left me no money left for food or other necessities. So I was left seeking housing outside of campus, where I found a landlord who's now raising my rent with 19%. That is what we're dealing with out there. And I'm not alone, because housing is the greatest insecurity in my international community. And I'm here so you can hear me and the experience of my community, and hear one of the international voices who don't often dare to speak up. Because we came here to contribute to the vast research happening at UMaine and to expand our knowledge through education. And we're in a new continent, and we have no roof above our heads to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. M. Souls?
Hello, my name's Anna Souls. I'm a graduate worker and student in the physics department. I'd like to share with you an inventory that we took of my building's first aid kits. There, in fact, were no first aid kits that didn't have expired goods in them in my entire department. In the spaces that grad workers work, there were none in our recitation rooms. In our intro lab spaces, there was a first aid kit with gloves that had expired and a couple of spare Band-Aids. Labeling on that kit said that there was a full kit down the hall, which was nowhere to be found. In another lab, an electronics lab with risk of fire, there was a kit, again, with just some spare Band-Aids and burn cream that expired in 2013. Under that kit was a first aid kit from the 1950s, which was obviously also expired. In the main office, again, we had a couple of Band-Aids and more items that had expired in 2023. It's not that no one needs these supplies. I want to echo what somebody else has set up here. It's that people assume, grad workers, students assume that we don't have these available. And so we don't ask for them, or we're not told that they're available and we don't know where to look. And when we do look for them, there's just really a couple of Band-Aids is all that's available. OSHA standards establish that there should be adequately stocked first aid kits for any workplace with 2 or 3 employees, and more first aid kits should be available when there are more employees. The physics department obviously has more than 3 people working in it. I think it's ridiculous and makes a mockery of this workplace to lack such basics as hygienic and safe first aid kits, and I expect the university to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Kronk.
Hello. My name is Ethan Kronk. I am a PhD candidate in the physics department. Going into the summer of 2023, the temperature started off mild like always. As the temperature slowly rose, as the summer progressed, we expected our AC to be turned on in climate-controlled building at the Frontier Institute for Research in Sensor Technologies, ESRB Barrows. After the first attempt to turn it on, it broke. What followed was 3 to 4 months of 85+ degree Fahrenheit temperatures in our offices and labs, the worst getting up to 92 degrees in our lab and 95 degrees in the offices. Because of this, not only were our samples, nanofilms and materials compromised from the temperatures and humidity, but our machines were at risk as well. Because of the unsafe work temperatures, we continuously had to turn on and off our mechanical pumps, turbo pumps, water coolers because of the stress and of the temperatures that were the temperatures were putting on our machines. We could not do anything to fix it ourselves because our windows in our building were unable to open by design. This created not only unsafe working conditions for our research group, it also cost my advisor thousands of dollars to replace and fix pumps that failed due to the temperatures that were not comped by the department. Throughout the summer, we were promised swift action to fix the conditions, and we were continuously let down by the foot dragging and mismanagement of the repairs. Not only did this halt all progress in research and work, it also put the safety of grad workers at first in jeopardy, where, as a side note, there were examples of students passing out because of the temperatures, especially the chemistry department. And again, at the beginning of the summer, there were more AC failures. We were afraid of a repeat year of costs and wasted time to research. Even with the repairs done so far, and having central air up running in our lab, the second floor lab specifically still endure suboptimal temperatures, where appropriate temperatures for a lab to function with no strain to our machines would be mid to high 60s. This summer, we deal with the mid to high 70s. For example, we still sustain condensation and pressure on our pumps to keep the vacuum systems consistent and low. Together with needing portable ACs that take up ventilation space in our fume hoods, it seems that our AC is still not where it should be if we also need to supplement it with portable ACs. For a department that promotes safe and top-of-line facilities, the ways in which the university costs us money, and us and many research groups money, time, and progress last summer and this summer is unacceptable and jeopardizes us as a place for top-of-line research to occur. And it saddens me that I'm also hearing similar things happening in other buildings on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Nikhil Broshini.
Good morning. My name is Nikhil Brokini. I'm a master's student and a research assistant in the Climate Change Institute here at UMaine. I'm here to speak both from my own experience and on behalf of some coworkers who could not get away from work to be here this morning. There are widespread heat issues across many buildings on campus, and folks have told me that they've experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, nausea, dehydration, things along these lines. Folks performing the work that we perform, especially in a lab setting, are often working around heat sources like Bunsen burners. They're often in multiple layers of personal protective equipment, so they're in layers, they're warm, and the work involves moving around. So in a lab setting where you're lightheaded and dizzy, that's very unsafe, but frankly, it's also just unfair. That shouldn't be part of going to work, is feeling that way. And as we all are experiencing right now, it's not impossible to keep a room at a comfortable, livable temperature. It's just not happening in the places where some of the fundamental work of the university research is getting done. And it, I think, reveals something concerning, but sadly unsurprising about the priorities of the system. Additionally, on the first aid kit issue, I have to say, I recently was at home and cut my finger opening a package and had the thought, thank goodness I'm not at work, because at home, I know where my Band-Aids are. I know where my antiseptic is. I know that they are new. Whereas here, I don't know how many buildings I would walk through dripping blood before I found a first aid kit that had been restocked in my lifetime. So as the flagship public employer in the state of Maine, it's embarrassing that the system sends people to work in these conditions. And by allowing these workspace safety issues to go neglected and unaddressed, the system is letting down its workers and by extension, the state, in my opinion. I'm speaking here and join my union because workers at UMaine deserve better. And I want to ensure that this issue is brought to the attention of the board and does not go unaddressed.
Thank you. Jess Hutchinson.
Hello, I'm Jessica Hutchinson. I'm a master's student here. And I'm also here to talk about heat, where I work in Deering Hall. As a collective, we've experienced temperatures that are very uncomfortable as we work throughout the summer, as Deering doesn't have a building-wide cooling system. This is often left up to the responsibility of individuals. Deering is an older building. Several of the staff members have been dedicated workers for several years, even decades. And the complacency that has developed as a result of the university's lack of action is unfortunate, and we should not have to accept these high temperatures as standard working environments. It's devastating that the university is not honoring their long-term employees and future employees by recognizing these challenges, making the proper changes. In research spaces such as the Roger Clapp greenhouse, which is quite literally 100 years old, and the Quonset greenhouse, the cooling systems have failed so often that it's created unsafe work environments for not only researchers, but as well as the plants. In the Quonset greenhouse, the temperature reached 110 degrees Fahrenheit and even higher for 2 consecutive days, while a PhD student was conducting an experiment crucial to his degree. He withstood this heat for several hours while collecting data, and due to the failed cooling system components, portions of his experiments was greatly impacted. So we just ask that the solution to these universal heat issues be prioritized by the university, not leaving the responsibility up to individuals. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move on to other topics, we don't normally comment on comments, but I do want you to know that President Farini-Mundi has made us very much aware of the concerns about labs, the conditions of labs, the heat. We've had this conversation. We've had this conversation in the Finance Committee. We know the costs required and the challenges of the budget, but I do want you to know that we understand the problem, and it is very much on the agenda. Let me move on then to Evan Martin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Austin Martin, and I am a community health student at the University of Maine, Farmington. I am here to discuss the UMaine system developing paramedic programs. So I'm an EMT instructor. I'm a BHP. I've seen it firsthand. Maine EMS agencies and their providers are understaffed, underpaid, and overworked. This was drilled into me in my training, and I saw it right from my first time on the ambulance doing my clinical hours. It's brutal. This is also what the Maine Blue Ribbon Commission found. This was a document created by numerous researchers and legislators that examined the state of EMS in Maine, and they found the same thing that had been cited in the Journal of EMS and felt by providers like myself. We're in crisis. There isn't enough to go around. Not enough providers, not enough resources, nothing. So this is where you come in. I sent along before a document explaining what it would take to build these paramedic programs and an example at the University of Maine Farmington. The Blue Ribbon Commission specifically called on the University of Maine system to aid in the training and workforce development of all of our providers. It is imperative that this call be met with overwhelming support. I come here today with a plea for help. Currently, there are 10 approved training centers for EMS clinicians in the entire state. Only 4 of them can train paramedics. Maine has a population of approximately 1.4 million people, many with chronic conditions. According to the 2019 data report on the Maine EMS website, the most recent one I could find, there are just over 6,000 active licenses, and only about 2,400 of them showed up in patient care reports. Thus, we can assume that we have a dedicated EMS workforce of around 3,000 at most. 3,000 of us can't handle it all. We need more providers to be brought in. UMF is a great spot to pilot these programs due to its location. The nearest training facility to it that can provide paramedic training is Kennebec Valley Community College. That's about 40 minutes away, has no dorms, difficult to get to from us in Western Maine. With a relatively small investment, the UMaine system can build a robust program that will be able to more efficiently and effectively serve in our area of Western Maine. I thoroughly appreciate your time here, and I really want your help to make Western Maine a safer and healthier place. I will be around throughout the day if you have any questions, but otherwise, I'll get out of your hair. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the document that you sent. It was extraordinary. You did a lot of research. It's very, very helpful. Thank you. We next have Greg Houston.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. Most people say Huston, so thank you. Yes, I am Greg Houston. I am the lead pastor of Calvary Chapel in Belfast, Maine, and I'd like to speak with you just for a moment about the disposal of the Hutchinson Center, which I think you're all pretty well aware of. When our church found out that it was put out for request for proposal, I was in Israel, actually. It was late January, and we were encouraged to make an offer, and we did. And then when your proposals got extended, we were thankful because it gave us a chance to kind of elaborate more on our projections and things that we were putting together. So we were able to give you a 15-page proposal. And so I thought with the time here, obviously, I guess my goal is to kind of persuade you that it would be a great idea for us to be the new owners of that building, to just be frank with you. But instead of reading you sort of some of those pages or kind of quoting a lot of the facts and information in there, if you'd allow me, I'd just share with you 2 stories, and I think it'll connect us all. And I can make my case that way if that's okay. So
Let me just be very clear. We're happy to hear from you, but this is not a board decision. The board authorizes the university to sell the building. It's up
Okay.
to the university to review the proposals that come in and make a decision.
Okay, would it be helpful to do this then, or just?
I would say it's your call on the public record.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as far as for the public record and our church and all that, so I just thought I'd share 2 stories. In particular, I think, I know that all of us are aware of the drug epidemic in our state, and probably most of us in this room are affected by it some way, somehow. And I know that because of how rampant it is. And so 2 individuals, 2 stories I want to share with you very, very briefly. One of them is one of the individuals on page 12 of our proposal is our facilities manager. 5 years ago, he walked into a church service that we held at the Hutchinson Center, actually. And he gave his life to Jesus Christ in that service. But just prior to that, he was so lost in his addiction and so isolated that he just figured, I'm so alone, I might as well take my own life. It's a very common thing now for people to struggle with. And so amazing to see him now. He is someone who is a fully functioning member of society. He's very involved at our church, as you can see in the proposal. And he's married. His life has totally changed. And so that's one brief story. Another one, a little bit more intense. One of the elders at our church, Mo Hills, was so lost in his addiction that same kind of scenario, except that his wife was unfaithful to him. And so he determined what he was going to do was he had a shotgun with 3 slugs in it. He was going to take his wife's life, this man's life, and then his own life. So he drove over there in a fit of fury, drove his car into his vehicle through his house. And as they came out, he lined the sight of gun up on this man who ran. He didn't get an opportunity, so he pulled the gun on his wife. He was going to end her life and heard a voice that said, "Don't do it." So he went in the middle of the street and he was going to take his own life. And I tell you, because you can probably understand how intense that is for someone to be at that state of mind and that place in life. But that man was driving in his truck after all the repercussions from that legally. After all that, he was driving in his truck and he heard on the radio a program for one of our addictions meetings, and he attended that. And he's been coming to church ever since. He's now an elder at our church. He's someone that is a spiritual advisor to many people. And he's one of those amazing stories of the effect that we have had as a church in our community in Belfast. So for what it is worth, I just wanted to say that because you're not going to read that in the paperwork we sent you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, I want to reaffirm that we do not see the proposals. That is a this is an RFP that's in process, not completed, and the university is responsible for that. We simply authorize them to do so. And our next speaker is Bill Lord.
Hi there. I'm Bill Lord, like you mentioned. I'm also with Calvary, and I'll make this very short. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for all you do with higher education, and it's well needed in the state. I just started going to Calvary about a year ago, and it's really a beacon of hope in the community. And people come from half hour, 40 minutes away. Something special is happening there, and the church is kind of had a nomadic life since its inception. It's gone from building to building. They haven't really had a home of their own, and throughout the moving around, the church has continued to grow, and that just plays into how wonderful the place is, and it's really something interesting. And I'm a full-time firefighter paramedic with the city of Augusta, and I've run into burning buildings. I've extricated people out of cars. I've done CPR on people with heart attacks. I've delivered babies. But being up here public speaking, I am terrified. So through my profession, you kind of bottle things up, and there's really not an outlet, and this church has provided an outlet for that. And there needs to be more of that in the community. And the Hutchinson Center, for whatever it's worth, I don't know if this is the venue for that. Your consideration would be a wonderful place for the continued Arise outreach. I became addicted to drugs because I wasn't able to let my emotions out, and the Arise program is wonderful. I mean, it's such huge accountability. It's changed people's lives. We do community outreach with helping people with construction projects, elderly raking their lawns, and the expansion is huge. If we were awarded this building, and yeah, I just thank you for your consideration, and thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, and you can be assured that we will take all of them to the appropriate place for action. Thank you. Let's move on, and I think we've done our welcome, but let me sort of get an update just so that people know the board has been considering with the chancellor, the presidents, and the vice chancellors ways to make our meetings more efficient and effective, and want the public to know that we are moving in the direction of focusing a bit more, tightening the agendas, having them more thematic in approach, moving to a full day meeting on Monday so that we don't have to take people's time on Sunday, although the board will continue to meet in executive session late afternoons or over dinner. We'll have 3 meetings in Orono. Part of this is our own belt tightening to try to make sure that we practice what we preach to the universities. But that doesn't mean we will continue our rotations to every university in the system to make sure we are on site on a regular basis, and we'll be issuing that schedule soon. We'll continue our campus showcases at each meeting to learn more about the great things going on at each of our universities. We'll update our our campus visits when we're on campus, and we will hopefully tighten our agendas so that we can really get through a lot of work in one day. So that, just so that everybody knows, that's coming. It's a work in progress, but more on that soon. So don't be surprised if things change a little bit on the agendas that you see. With that, let me go to President's, speaking of good things happening on each of our campuses, let me go to the President's Roundtable and start with President Softly.
Thank you very much. I will be brief to keep us on time. Our new advancement program is working really well at Maine Law in the new fabulous building. We just had the class of 1974 had its reunion along with the class of 1999. The class of 74 spent its time in the building on State Street for its first year, and then came to the Round Building for years 2 and 3, and now have seen the new wonderful building. It was an extraordinary evening, and it was attended by a former governor, a former national senator, a former attorney general, and any number of people who have gone on to have extraordinary careers from Maine Law. So that's all very exciting. Our incoming class right now appears to be somewhere between 15 and 20% larger than our classes over the last decade. We are very excited about that, and it is challenging. So we are getting the resources ready for a really exciting upcoming year. And we have a brand new leadership team. You have all seen Dimitri Baum as the vice dean. He is on sabbatical. That has allowed a number of people to step up to interim positions. We have Jeff Main as the interim academic dean, Jess Feinberg as the new research dean, and Anthony Moffa is the new associate dean of innovation. And we're already off the ground and running for some really exciting innovations in law schools, which are not known for innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Why don't we go to the screen, President McDonald?
Yes, thank you. We have a number of arts programs on campus this summer. We just completed our jazz camp for high school students, and we have had the Longfellow Young Writers Group, which becomes a pathway to our creative writing program. We've also brought in students who are incoming students to our freshman year. This is an orientation program for students, and we bring them onto campus in the summer, and that has been very successful. And finally, I would just say that our Title III grant, which is a $2 million grant over a 5-year period, that will provide students with study skills and other work type skills and community building. It's all designed to improve our retention and to make the experience on campus just a little better, to bring the community together and to assure students that learning is not just a private activity, but something that is done in common in a community. So those are things that are happening at Farmington right now.
Great, thank you. President Freeney-Mundy.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I'll just focus on a few items that have to do with people and support of people. We were recognized, the University of Maine was recognized in a document called the Partner Hire Scorecard, a study conducted by the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. We were found to be the second most partner-friendly university of all 146 R1 universities. And so we're very excited, and that's the result of efforts, concerted efforts over the most recent years to ensure we can do partner accommodations. We have hired, we're very fortunate to have hired a new softball coach. Kimberly Stiles has joined us from Holy Cross. And we're excited, again, in the brand new arena, of course, to be able to look to the future of softball. Dean Penny Bishop has left the university to go on to Boston University, where she will be dean. And we're very excited about Dr. Zeke Kimball, who has come in now as the associate dean of the interim dean of the College of Education and Human Development. Dr. Kimball is an expert in research on conditions for student success pre-K through 20. And so he'll be contributing in wonderful ways. We have a partnership that's just been announced between the state's Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry and Cooperative Extension at UMaine that is focused on a PFAS Navigators program to help provide support for farmers across the state. And then finally, just because I think it's so very cool, the CubeSat, the satellite that was constructed at the University of Maine with other UMaine system and K through 12 partners, was launched last week. It's the first research satellite. It's about the size of a loaf of bread. It's taking data that will then be shared with high school teams to look at water and land around the state. Thanks.
Great, thank you. President Rice.
Few quick notes of things happening at UMPI this summer. Had exceptional summer enrollment with 1,535 students enrolled right now, which is a really great growth from what we saw last summer as well. Projecting to exceed our budgeted expectations for enrollments in the fall. So that's always good news for campus, because that means my development team, we've just hired Craig Cormier to be our new executive director in the development office, and Candace Elliott is receiving a promotion to become the assistant director in charge of alumni relations. So they will have more work to do with more graduates. Very pleased, Craig coming back to the institution. He's a graduate, second generation graduate of the institution. A number of hires this summer for faculty hires. 2 have been completed, 2 are underway, and hopefully giving finalist candidates this coming week. I should note that due to all of the change happening at UMPI, cabinet spent 2 days, and my special thanks to Kimmery Jenkins that led us through change management training with her colleague, and then we had an offsite training at Little Madawaska Lake, the place formerly known as Stan's. Some people know that. So it was nice to get off campus and have a different sort of venue for that. And then things happened afterwards in the afternoon and evening. It was right around July 4th, so you can imagine, very carefully, properly done fireworks, those sorts of things. And then I do, because you heard about Title III for Farmington, I want to put a plug in for Mary Kate Barbosa, who's been doing our Title III grant writing for several years, and that got sped up. I think by 6 months, the federal government sped up the time they were supposed to submit it, and she had planned to go away on vacation, family vacation, had been planned for a year, and so she finished even a month earlier than that, and just getting that work done was quite a heavy lift, and we appreciate her getting that done before she went overseas. So,
Great, thank you. President Edmondson.
Morning, everyone. Just a few updates from the University of Southern Maine. You may know we have a campus radio station, WMPG. It's a fabulous place, and I encourage you to listen to it online or on your radio, either way. One of the things I love about this radio station is when you turn it on, you never know exactly what you're going to hear because it's very eclectic. They've just celebrated their 50th anniversary, and there's a documentary about the radio station called An Extraordinary Place. And last week, they won the Toronto Indie Film Festival Best Documentary.
Wow.
And they are going in front of a number of other film festivals in the weeks ahead. So more to come on that, but it's a terrific documentary, and I promise you'll enjoy it. I did want to let you know I will be a guest on Maine Calling on Thursday, July 18th at 11 a.m. The topic is youth rural youth in Maine. And so if you're interested and want to tune in, you may wonder why a president that has campuses in two very urban areas of the state is discussing rural youth. It's been a long-standing research interest of mine, and I've long been interested in how we bridge rural and urban divides. And so I'm looking forward to the opportunity to talk with Maine Calling. We had a visiting artist named Ryan Adams who unveiled a public mural in Westbrook last week. It is on the Arab Market, so if you're driving through Westbrook, you can take a look at that. He features two women from Westbrook, Pat Gallant Charette, who is a famed international marathon swimmer, and Zoe Salul, who is a founder of the New England Arab American Association. So the work really, I think, demonstrates how our art department is very connected to our communities, and we're very proud of the work they're doing there. We are currently hosting 10 students from Greenland for a 2-month stay that includes internships with Maine business partners. Part of this is our work through the Arctic Education Alliance, and it's sponsored by a grant from the U.S. Department of State. It's a terrific program, a wonderful partnership, and we're in the process of applying for an extension of that grant. I have 2 changes on my cabinet level that I wanted to let you know about. We've recently hired a new vice president for student affairs, Andrew Pollum. He started with us July 1st. We're excited about the energy and experience that he brings to the university. And Adam Tishinsky, who was formerly the dean of the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, is now serving a 3-year term as provost. And last personnel matter, many of you may know Al Bean, who's been our athletic director for over 40 years. He's recently announced his retirement. And so this is a big change for our university. He has left an incredible legacy and impact at the University of Southern Maine and elsewhere. He's been a really strong advocate for women in sports, and we're proud of the work that he's done. The good news is Al is not going too far. He is going to be the commissioner for the Little East Conference, which is the conference we're part of, so we will be able to continue to work with him. But if you know of any really strong athletic directors out there, please encourage them to apply. We're looking forward to seeing what the pool is like.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. President Cushman.
Happy to bring you good news from the University of Maine at Augusta. First of all, thanks to a congressionally directed spending award and in partnership with the Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority in Brunswick, UMA has been working for nearly 2 years to expand our pilot and drone programs to other aviation career opportunities that meet Maine's workforce needs. On July 1st, UMA was awarded its FAA 137 certification, allowing UMA to be an FAA Certified Aviation Maintenance Technical School, or AMTS. This program will be housed at the Brunswick Center and our leased hangars. This will address a severe workforce need in the state and region. And in 1 week, we have already admitted 8 into the program, with more than 20 applications still to process for our maximum cohort of 25 for our first year. UMA was notified by the National Security Agency, NSA, that UMA's Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity has been validated and redesignated as a program of study by NSA through academic year 2029. And we hope to be notified soon of our recertification as an NSA Center for Academic Excellence, which UMA has been certified for as for the last 10 years. And finally, I'm thrilled to announce that UMA has just hired Erin Fogg as Vice President of Advancement and Alumni Relations. It's a new position. She began just last Monday, July 8th, so she's still with us, which is great. Most recently, Erin served as the Vice President of Good Shepherd Food Bank, Maine's largest hunger relief organization, operating statewide and distributing more than 30 million meals per year. With our focus on vulnerable populations, she's a great addition to the team. And with her more than 20 years of experience in annual, major, corporate, foundation, and planned giving, and in managing all aspects of donor stewardship and fundraising operations, we are delighted to welcome Erin. We're excited about the creativity and depth of experience she brings to her new role.
Thank you. Last but certainly not least, President Hadid.
Hello. So first of all, last week on campus, we had 20 K through 12 teachers who were attending the Project Learning Tree workshop. They stayed in one of our resident halls, Paula Hall, and toured our campus and biopark. They also observed an ash pounding demonstration for basketry by Tom Newell of Passamaquoddy. Had presentations by Tyler Everick of Micmac on brown ash, and then they also spent time in the Acadian archives on the cultural history of the region. Off campus, they also toured Irving Woodlands and Twin Rivers Mill. So what an exciting week for those teachers that were on campus with us. Coming up on Sunday, August 4th at 2 o'clock in our Fox Auditorium, we will have a musical performance featuring Jared Andrew Michaud, baritone, Melanie Saucier, soprano, and Christina Maria Cotti on piano. And we've put together a really interesting package where people can attend the prelude, which includes wine and cheese and a bit of a social before the performance. Also an encore piece with desserts and champagne afterwards. And so you can kind of package it all for the VIP package experience. So look forward to having you road trip up to spend Sunday afternoon with us. I know, isn't that fun? Also, interesting, we have homecoming early this year, September 6th, 7th, and 8th. So you can imagine the level of preparation we already are engaging in to make sure all of that event goes off smoothly. Save the dates have already gone out and all the preparation. And then soon, in beginning of August, we have our cabinet retreat for a day, which then helps us to start setting the goals and our plan to address the high priorities for this next coming year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Wonderful. I did send out, obviously, great stuff happening at each of our universities, and we don't take enough time to celebrate it, so hooray. And could that film crew come and do a marketing study for the marketing film for the whole university? That'd be good. We have, I thank all the members of the trustees for their willingness to participate on committees again, and we have issued the new committee assignments. Those are out and ready to go effective July 1st. So we now have redlined the policy. I thank Barbara Reed Alexander and her crew for taking us through these policies. So if we very quickly could summarize so that we can try to get back on schedule. Trustee Alexander. Little pressure. Everybody read it.
Tab 3 consists of 4 red line changes to policies 207, 208, 210, and 211. You saw them at the last board meeting. There were no comments. I would urge your adoption.
Great, thank you. That's a motion. Can I have a second? I haven't read the motion yet, but we'll just. Did I have a second? Pat, okay. And the motion is that the Board of Trustees approves the final version of the edited board policies 207, 208, 210, 211 as initially presented in red line form at the May 2024 board meeting and provided at the July 2024 board meeting for final form. All those in favor? All those opposed? Great, thank you. And thank you for your work. And I know it's ongoing a little bit.
Tab 4.
Tab 4, red line board policy.
Yes. Tab 4 are new red line proposed policies. The first one is a new policy that has come to us from Human Resources Committee to provide specific policy guidance with regard to hiring and searches and consideration of new employment. I attached the associated administrative practice letters for your information, but this would be your first review of that policy. I'll ask Trustee Pat to give a brief description of it, but I just wanted to note that the second document for consideration is policy 213, honorary degrees, which eliminates the option to have a University of Maine system degree, which we've determined is either not used or so rarely used as not to be needed in our policy statement. So,
Trustee Flood?
The policy statement that deals with hiring is stuff that you've seen over the last year and a half or so. And we've discussed in Human Resource Labor Relations Committee many times. And it's coupled with, it's section 204, I think, and it's coupled with various administrative practice letters, which we really don't have to review, but nonetheless, Barbara's attached them so that you're aware of them. And they deal with the practices of waivers, the searching and hiring procedures we go through, and also the hiring manual. Again, you've seen these over the last year or so. We've talked about them at length. There's a summary. I'll only read just briefly from the summary on page 119 of our document, that these drafts have been reviewed and commented on by a diverse group of internal stakeholders, including the staff, the administrators, the past hiring committee chairs, HR, payroll staff, legal counsel, and labor relations. The HR leadership team is now ready to begin communicating and implementing these procedures and are requesting your support in holding ourselves and others accountable and following these administrative procedures letters. So I want to thank everybody who's worked on that so hard over the last couple of years, and for your consideration.
Great. Anybody have any questions on the draft? I just had one, and there's a provision, you've nicely tightened, I think, the description of open searches and when we go for open searches, and that there is a waiver from an open search. But what I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, but before it comes back, just to double check, is how those waivers are approved. Where is there a central place where waivers would be approved and identified? Okay, anybody have anything else? Great,
So
we are.
Come back.
Yep.
At September meeting. If there's any changes that reflect input between now and then, we will bring those to your attention.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you. And now for the Chancellor's report, Chancellor Malloy.
In an effort to get us back on our timeline, I'll keep it short. We'll also ask Jeff to make some comments, as well as Robert Placido to give a report as well. On the good news side, since the presidents get to do that, I get to do it this time. I want to share some information with you. Total matriculation as of today is up 17%. That's not enrollment. That's the number of people who've been invited to join us. And that comes from an application pool that was up 11% for the semester that will be starting in August. Direct admits reached 378, of which 340 have already registered for their coursework. And Jeff will give a update as well on FAFSA and touch on the catalog as well in a moment. Just trying to do this as quickly as possible. Active matriculation is up by 1,061 students, and enrollment, as I sit with you today for the semester to begin, is up 750 students. That number will grow in the coming weeks. In fact, enrollment numbers will be raised over the current numbers by about 4,000 students more joining us, but 750 is the lead that we're dealing with at the moment. I'll go to you, Jeff, and you can touch on those subject matters that are before you, and then Robert will give an update as well.
I'll just follow up on the president's positive updates very briefly by letting President Edmondson know that the tension between my wife and myself when it comes to 90.9 WMPG or Boston Sports Radio as we approach Southern Maine, driving from Bangor, is a continued one. So I usually lose, but there we go. One FAFSA note for all of you to follow on the Chancellor's enrollment news. We were able to share last week with the Chancellor and a couple others. Spring 2024 FAFSA completion for Maine high school graduates statewide is down 15%. FAFSA completion for students who have matriculated with us across our system for fall 2024 is up 15%. We have completely bucked the trend of the FAFSA challenges experienced statewide and regionally and nationally. The credit for that goes to the Chancellor and the presidents for their early and urgent work on this, and the boots on the ground have been the enrollment managers and our financial aid directors at every stage. So just a piece of good news for the trustees in the FAFSA world. Unified Catalog, I'll be brief as a reminder to all of what the Unified Catalog Initiative isn't. It is not the development of a single or merged catalog across our system. Rather, it is the aligning and improving of practices attendant to primarily registration and transfer processes across our system. And I'll share just a couple of examples of work done over the last 3 years since the inception of this project in spring of 2021. Each of these or at one point has been a primary goal of this effort. I've worked on the non-technical side of the Unified Catalog Initiative, and my colleague Robert Placido is now working on the technical side as our CIO and person overseeing the Repaving Main Street initiative. The goal in the end is to marry the work of the non-technical improvements and the technical improvements to produce the final outcomes we envision for our unified catalog. 4 very brief updates for the trustees. Number one of our goals has been to create the capacity to deliver courses seamlessly when they contain a mix of in-person, online synchronous and asynchronous students in the same course or in courses in the same program, including in multi-university programs. No easy feat, but I will say the work that the provosts and the presidents did a couple of years ago to update our instructional modalities, including the HighFlex modality, and the establishment by the chancellor and the presidents in November of 2022 of a formal agreement for how we cross-link courses in multi-university programs have both been significant advancements in our capacity to do that work. Number 2, in spring of 2023, we created a new course search mechanism available to all students in advance of each academic term, so they can search seamlessly for any undergraduate or graduate course delivered anywhere in our system. We piloted this in spring of 23. We refined it with help from our IT partners in spring of 24, and beginning this fall, it will be available to students in advance of the registration period for each academic term. This does not replace any of their existing modalities at the campus level for going in and figuring out what's being offered in future course offerings. It just gives them a one-stop place where they can go to look at courses available across the system, undergraduate and graduate, without having to jump from screen to screen to screen in order to make that happen. This was the number 1 goal of the Unified Catalog Initiative when we first began. Number 3, I was going to talk about Raptor, which is a new product, a wonderful advancement for our system, but I know Robert wants to talk about it. You never jump out in front of your CIO because when my laptop doesn't work, Robert sends a super intelligent 19-year-old who comes and fixes it. So I need to just stay on his good side. Robert will be talking about Raptor, the other product that we're rolling out in the world of student records and transfer and registration this summer is Parchment, which is a credentials management software system that is aligned with, it's actually the parent company of Raptor, and Robert will talk about Raptor. Suffice to say, these 2 products are a major advance in our automation and processing of how we read transcripts and how we manage credentials across our system of universities. It will save countless hours of human time. I know it's made a difference or will make a difference immediately at UMPI and elsewhere where there's been a significant stress on the reading of transcripts and the processing of transcripts at our system, and it will benefit all the universities. And then finally, I'll just say a word. Last fall, we had a couple of conversations with the chancellor and the presidents, and I had a couple of conversations with the provosts about a desire to look at existing transfer agreements, or also called articulation agreements, to make sure agreements that we have are up to date, to make sure that the people we have those agreements with agree that they're up to date, and to add more transfer agreements between our universities and our main community college system partners and external partners to the extent possible. We are still working on a final number, but conservatively, we believe that the total number of active, up-to-date articulation agreements has increased about 300% over the last 3 years across our system. That's based on expired agreements being revisited and renewed, and new agreements being developed elsewhere. I could praise all the presidents here. The Black Bear Advantage program developed by UMaine and the Maine Community College System, a truly innovative transfer agreement developed between University of Southern Maine and Southern Maine Community College. I could say more about that. A significant growth in transfer agreements between the University of Maine at Farmington and its partners in the region, but also good work being done at Presque Isle and Fort Kent at UMA. So there's nothing but good news around the work we're doing for transfer agreements. Transfer agreements are the basis for developing a positive pipeline of students into our programs from the Maine Community College System and elsewhere. And some of the work to help automate and render seamless that pipelining of students is the work that Robert is going to talk about now on the repaving Main Street side of the house. Thank you.
So I met with my IT team in Augusta a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things I wanted to share with them is some philosophy. And I told them that if everything is a priority, nothing is. And then I proceeded to outline the 100 priorities that we will have in IT. That's kind of how I feel starting this off. I want to give you an update on the unified catalog, but the unified catalog is interrelated with like 50 different projects that we have in flight. You know, Jeff mentioned Raptor. We're working with President Rice on robust systems to support his growth in CBE, and that will have an impact on how unified catalog works. We need to have a focus on a few other things that we've maybe lost a little focus in IT. Those things are improving security. We have to keep pushing the envelope of security, and you'll see, if you haven't already, that we have an emphasis to go to multi-factor authentication. We will be focused. We will be a service-driven IT organization and be focused on enrollment. You think with the few hours I talked to my IT folks, it would be a lot of technical jargon, and we're sharing coding practices. And no, I had a screen up on the board with the 10-year declining enrollment. And I said, this is our mission and our focus. If it bends the needle up, this is, you know, if you're confused about what we're here for, this is it. And so supporting enrollment with a different team structure for things like Salesforce, the things that I heard from my president colleagues when I was here before, we will address, and that will roll into this solution that I'm talking about. The IT org needs to be a more rapid service delivery organization. And, you know, I love what the speaker said this morning about red teams. That is something we are going to be looking at. I wouldn't have called it red team, but Strike Force probably isn't as good in higher ed. But President Rice, you know, CBE has been so successful because that's exactly what he did. He pulled the people that were going to be willing to drive that innovation together, and everybody else was sort of out of the way. So love that. One of the things we've had fits and starts with that relate to all of this, again, is a data ecosystem. I think, you know, the chancellor enjoys some nice dashboards now, so that's a good start. But we really haven't taken the steps to really take advantage of all the data that we have and to enable our IR departments to do the kind of analysis they need, the business units to do the analysis they need. And if you didn't know, that's one of my passions and what I will bring to the table. And I've always wanted to, you know, have the ability to get people together and fix that. So, you know, that is underway. And again, this all relates up to that. AI, you know, I'm a big advocate of it. I want to support the use of that in ethical and positive ways, you know, productive, cost-effective ways. So we will be pushing AI. We spent the other half of that IT summit talking about AI and how that can be transformative to our org and other orgs. Real time right now, already adopting it. So no pie in the sky kind of thing. As far as the system implementation, it's coming in phases. We have, we need to address HR structures. We need to address finance structures, some things in the student system, and those things were all underway in the last 2 years. We just released basic HR and recruitment. So congratulations to the teams that were responsible for that. And I really want to take a moment to to thank Jason Talbert, would not have, he's the, one of the leads in HR, would not have been able to do it without him. And really, Dr. Dorsey, okay, never mind. Vice Chancellor Dorsey, for her willingness to come to the table and recover that project. Sorry, I'm out of the know there. And then on the finance side, the teams have been working hard to reimagine what they're doing in the finance. Tracy Elliott, appreciate her leadership, Miriam White, and probably somebody you don't see much, but really holds the whole glue together, Darla Reynolds. So appreciate all of those folks. And then sort of midstream, somebody was crowned the lead in IT. Her name is Tiffany Myuri. She's just been fantastic. Didn't know that she was going to do this for a living, and she's dug in and really helped try and get us out of some tight spots. So where we are, so HR, we're doing a bit of a backup, and let's do some analysis because the next phases are benefits and payroll. And we will not release benefits and payroll unless we are 100% confident, because you can imagine the impact there. Finance is more in early days. We have some time, but we have made some good progress there. So sort of, overall, you can see that there's a lot of components that go into making this unified catalog. We've had some changes with our direction with the student system. We no longer have to migrate our OPED IDs. That's a federal identifier into one. So that changes how we're going to, deliver the student system. And it also decouples doing the unified catalog from waiting to the new student system. So we will press forward quickly. And really what Dr. St. John expressed today is the hard work. Coming from Oklahoma, we already have a system-wide unified catalog. That's 25 universities, so I can tell you it can be done. The hardest part about maintaining that, because it's not just delivering, people will want to move away from it, over time, is annually they have what Jeff has done. All the faculty get together and re-look at those agreements and re-get all the linkages. And then the system just sort of works. That's the least hard thing to do. So while we don't have a system to show you, what he has done has been the yeoman's work. So congratulations to him. But beyond that, we have a number of, and Jeff mentioned just a few of them. We're redelivering the alumni system, Raptor he mentioned, Parchment he mentioned. We did just get the student system up to date. Congratulations to that team that was amazing. We're redoing websites. Again, we're working with President Rice to reimagine the systems he needs to grow that CBE program and many, many other things.
I just want to say, having Robert join us or rejoin us on this is really quite a gift to have someone who has the knowledge of the system that he worked in and for, and to come back after having had an Oklahoma experience. But really, we are very, very lucky to have you rejoin our team, and I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Oh, thank you.
Moving on. Let me move quickly because I want to get President Freeney Mundy in before lunch, a really auspicious time. We see honor degrees are a very important distinction. We see the nominees; those are not public, obviously, until such time as the university announces it. So I have a resolution that the Board of Trustees approves the 2025 nominations for honorary degrees as presented. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Micho, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any conversation? All those in favor? All those opposed? And let us move now. What we'll do is push lunch a little bit and move to the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, who seems to have been lost.
That vote was unanimous.
It was unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you see me? Hear me?
We can now. Yep.
Joan, you did a very good job, and the motion's already been passed. So thank you very much.
Fabulous. Yeah, it's wonderful. Great. Glad I could help. We can be fairly quick. Jason Charlin should be there and helping
He is.
to manage the slides. So thank you, Jason. I wanted to have just a few minutes, and I can almost catch us up, I think, for lunch, to share the incredible work that's happening across the system as we continue to expand and energize the research agendas in ways that are suited to the particular goals of individual universities across our system. And what I've mentioned to you before, and what I'll say again, is that campus by campus, the focus is on the engagement of undergraduates in research. There's very strong commitment to that. And so we're gearing up to do that. So just very quickly, I'm going to talk about, I don't know if the slides, I don't see them, but sort of 4 basic topics. Jason, okay, yes,
Yep.
good. So we have an extraordinary group of people working together increasingly now across the campus to bring the particular needs of the campuses together. And I'll talk about a few examples and then end with a bit on the federal relations and our success in the CDS world. So I just wanted you to see this roster, a very distinguished group of our faculty and administrators from across the system. We're meeting about quarterly now, beginning to really dive into the work of addressing the research expectations in the strategic plan. And this group, and I understand already some titles changing a little bit here maybe, but very happy to have them because they bring the strong perspectives of the individual campuses, and we're grateful for that. Next one, please. There are, as you may recall, 5 different research actions within the strategic plan, all of them focused in the same direction, which is to say system-wide, are we doing what makes sense? Are we doing what we can be doing to have the research focus be central, but in appropriate ways to all of our individual campuses, which have rather different goals and priorities in many cases. So next one, please. We have, in the past several months, succeeded in making sure that the facilities and services in the University of Maine Office of Research, the Office of the Vice President for Research, actually, making sure that everything is available system-wide now. And so you see a list here, and we could go into a lot more detail, but I want to thank colleagues from these offices for their willingness to work now system-wide, and also to thank folks from across the system who are coming and seeking help on everything from research compliance to post-award management to looking for new funding opportunities and engaging with Jason Charlin and some of his work in his office for research development. All of that is now happening more and more system-wide, and individual campuses, of course, have their own capacity as well in many of these areas. Next slide, please. The MEIF Small Campus Initiative is something that we don't always talk about a lot, but within the MEIF dollars that come to us from the state of Maine, annually, there's a portion of those dollars that are reserved for the smaller campuses, as well as Maine Maritime Academy has the opportunity to be a part of that. And so we are very grateful that that the institutions across the system are now applying and are having success in winning awards through this process. We can go to the next slide to start with the areas of MEIF that we focus on. And so I'll pause here just for a moment. These are determined at the state level. There's been some review lately going on, but these dollars are meant to advance research and development, and in some ways then workforce development in these sectors that are determined to be important to the state of Maine. So MEIF needs to align with advancing the economy of the state in these key areas. Now they're quite broad, but as we were listening to the AI discussions this morning, I was thinking, you know, in IT and some of these areas, I think there's enormous potential for more focused activity across the system and therefore more focused use of these MEIF dollars. Next slide, please. There are several awards listed as a part of these Small Campus Initiative awards, and I'm not going to read them to you in the interest of time, but I will say that in recent years, we're starting to now see effective proposals coming from the small campuses. We weren't getting too many even just 6 or 7 years ago, but now we are. There are more. President Rice, can you do a 30-second comment on what this means at UMP? We did ask Ray to be prepared to step in here for a second.
Sure. I'll just point out a couple of the individuals involved. Matthew Wallhead joined us, actually he worked at Cooperative Extension formerly. So he brought his experience and was put together a great proposal and is able to optimize the use of our greenhouse that we put up 4 years ago. And really synergize the work being done there with students. And then Dr. Jayasundara, who is our chemist that joined us a year ago, did a lot of research at his former institutions. And so he put together a proposal for PFAS, which of course is incredibly important. Doing the research up in northern Maine is just as important doing it up there as it is in other parts of the states. And that allows him to network with other researchers as well across the system.
Thanks, Ray. I think what's significant about all of these small campus awards is the involvement of undergraduates, either in the development of facilities that will enable the preparation of those undergraduates for a workforce where they're kind of at the cutting edge, but also in engaging them in framing the research questions and interpreting what they learn. And so it's a wonderful distinction for our system that there is so much undergraduate involvement. Next slide, please. I also wanted to just speak briefly in case people aren't terribly familiar with INBRE. So INBRE is a program offered through the National Institutes of Health, actually the National Institute of General Medical Sciences, I believe, and has been based for many years. The grant goes to MDIBL. But you see here on the map all of the institutions in the state of Maine that are partners in this network. And INBRE is about creating networks for workforce development, but heavily focused, of course, on the biomedical side. And it's the same theme of engaging our undergraduates in research in ways that they can be a part of the workforce in key roles. If we can go to the next one, please, Jason, or whoever's doing this. So the grant was renewed this spring, and a number of people across the system were engaged in helping to create that formulation. And this year, the University of Southern Maine and the University of Maine at Augusta have now been added in. USM, I'm told, was a partner at one time, but now they are back. And so we see broad involvement across the system. And again, this is focused on students in some of the work that is at the cutting edges of biological and biomedical sciences. We're excited that that was successful. Very quick update on federal relations. Much activity happening. First, let me mention the fiscal year 2024 congressionally directed spending with great gratitude to Senator Susan Collins in her role as Vice Chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and to Senators King and Representatives Golden and Pingree for their great support of the system. It's extraordinary. In 2024, 16 individual earmarks at a total of 56.6 million. I also would recognize and thank Sam Warren, who was instrumental in leading that work for us for the system in 24. Those awards are now landing as the fiscal year of the federal government begins to reach its close for October 1. We are seeing the 16 awards coming in. I'm grateful to our folks at UMaine and across the other campuses who are helping with some of the negotiations, the final bringing in of those dollars with the federal agencies. But this level of investment now over these years is changing this system in ways that are amazing. And so it's making a difference. For 2025, 35 proposals were submitted, totaling $261 million. Those are beginning to move into appropriations bills. Of course, now we're in the process of watching the entire federal budget timelines. And so these are early on, but we're very grateful to Senator Collins and the entire delegation for helping us to move them, all of them in areas that are key to the state of Maine and that engage students and our campuses fully. So we're in a healthy place relative to research, and I'm very excited because we're developing our distinct niche, I think, as a system that can especially clearly engage undergraduates in the work. And we're almost back on time, Chair Riley.
Congratulations for all the great work and for getting us back on time. Questions for the Vice Chancellor? Really, I don't want to, this is really rich information. Questions? Comments? It's a tough place to be, Joan, before lunch.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, I think with that, we are Oh, we moved it to 12:15? Well, we can do one more thing then. Watch this. Is lunch ready? Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna take something that's quick. Ryan, are you quick? Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration.
Thank you. Two items this morning. Start with managed investment results. As always, investment results are in your materials. The managed investment pool with a market value of 394 million at the close of May saw a gain of 2.8% for the month, bringing the fiscal year to date gain to positive 10.4%. Their estimate that the MIP gained an additional 1.4% for the month of June based on index returns. The pension fund with a market value of 17.4 million saw a gain for the month of 1.7 million, bringing the fiscal year to date gain to 5.3%. We anticipate an estimated gain for June of an additional 1.2%. And then finally, the operating fund with a market value of 276 million saw a gain of 1.3%, or about 3.3 million for the month, brings the fiscal year to date return to 4.7% through the end of May, for a total return of 15.4 million. That is 13.4 million over the annual budget. We estimate an additional gain in June of approximately 0.7%. All of these we would expect to finalize in the second week of August, and then would be back to you, probably a discussion at FFT in August and the full board at your September meeting. The other topic that I was just going to briefly discuss was budget schedule. So we just kind of wrapped up the 25 budget, but believe it or not, we are starting the 26 process already. It is a year-round process. So just wanted to throw out some key dates that you'll see as we move forward over the course of the next fiscal year. Recall we chunked the budget up into roughly 3 phases. The first phase, the July through beginning of October-ish, is when we work both internally with our system finance team, but also with the CBOs and our finance partners out on the campus, and really drill down on all of the assumptions that we're going to use to drive the budget. And so those are things like compensation, benefits, debt service, workers' compensation. What are we going to give them for infrastructure guidelines? Those type of common things that we want to see each of the campuses build their budgets up on. The other big one that is in this initial phase is state appropriation. What are the assumptions around state appropriation? So again, a lot of you will recall we're in an even numbered year now. So our biennial budget request will be due not that far off. We've already started to have some internal conversations. Our biennial budget request is due September the 1st into the governor's office. And then most of you are familiar with that process. After that, we'll wait to hear. And again, this is a year where the governor will propose her budget next January as well. So we'll kind of work through that phase with you and with the FFT committee. Starting in October, we'll shift over to that what we refer to as the campus phase. It's a little bit different on every campus, but typically a lot of our campuses have budget advisory committees that report to presidents or CBOs. A lot of our campuses will have multiple kind of open forums, YouTube, chance for folks to come out and talk about their budget. That typically occurs at our campuses in the late fall, November timeframe. Obviously, the big change or the big adjustment that campuses will make will be the individual enrollment plans. We'll talk about those a little bit more as we talk about the multi-year analysis at a future meeting. But that will be enrollment and occupancy rates are the two big drivers that the campuses have. Late into October, mid-October, I guess, actually, we'll have census. That always results in revisions to the budget that you just passed a couple of months ago. We'll likely be bringing those to FFT on October 30th and to the full board at your November meeting. And then finally, we'll enter that trustee phase of the budget approval process. So budgets will be due into the system likely in the February timeframe. We'll have a first reading at FFT in March, a workshop in April, and then would anticipate bringing a final budget to FFT in late April and to the board at your May 18th, 2025 meeting. So that is what we have coming up over the next several months on budget.
Questions for Vice Chancellor Lowe? Thank you. Okay, I assume everything's ready? Okay. We'll break for lunch. We have plenty of work left ahead of us, but let's take until 1 o'clock for lunch, and I have a what time is it now? What do you want to do? Well, well, and I'm gonna be really rude, but could you Sam and I need to have a meeting with the students, and I wonder if it would be possible for us to be first in line. So here we go. Thank you. All right, we'll be back at 1. Except me. Let's reconvene. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we are on to. Where is she? There she, okay. We are on to the Vice Chancellor for Strategic Initiatives, Carolyn Dorsey.
So, as we continue to work across the system in a more unified way, we have been approached by our system partners, by business and industry leaders, to try and come up with a way that we can sort of simplify their access, or the ways in which they can maybe have one point of contact, come into the system, chat with us about their needs, and then we can sort of deploy from within to the different campuses or universities that their particular topic or issue may relate to. So with that in mind, over the last year, Chancellor Malloy and the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships, Jen O'Leary, have been visiting Maine business leaders, listening to them, listening to what they may have for current hiring needs, what they think they may have in the future, and also just, what types of different ways that they may like to engage or partner with us that would make sense for them. Most of the discussions that they've been having have related specifically to how we might work with them to attract and retain students, and also help them with career options as they move through our programs. So while there is much work being done across the system at the individual universities that relates to all of this same kind of engagement and partnership and collaboration, and also quite a bit through President Farini Mundy and her work as the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. Her team is doing the same thing, out working with business and industry leaders, seeing how we can come together to help the state of Maine. But in this piece of the work, the Chancellor and Jen have worked with a couple of different industry partners for some very specific enrollment and retention initiatives. So we thought that today would be a good opportunity for you to hear a little bit from them. First, I would invite Jen O'Leary to come up, and she can give you a bit of background, and then she can invite the guests that she has with her today to talk about what we're doing with their two organizations to help our students and help keep people in the state of Maine. So with that, I would invite Jen O'Leary.
Great, good afternoon. I actually have written my comments to keep on task because I tend to get enthusiastic about these topics, and we want to hear from our guests today because they also will continue with the enthusiasm. So I'm Jennifer O'Leary, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships with the University of Maine System. I'm pleased to update you on a couple of examples that Vice Chancellor Dorsey had mentioned. We thought we would come today to update you on them because they're timely. We want you to be aware of these opportunities, of these initiatives, and I think it also outlines some opportunities for us overall. In both of these examples, one of the things you'll notice is that external partners have come to us to ask, how can we collectively partner with all that the universities and law school have to offer, whether it's the students, the programs, and so again, just really think these are some key strategic partnerships that we're excited to share with you. So the first one, we have Hannaford. Before I ask our guest, Matt, to come and join us, the Chancellor met with the President and CEO of Hannaford. This was an ask, came to us, the topic came up, can we partner with Hannaford on their education assistance program for their employees? Many of you know these programs are offered by employers as a benefit to help with attraction or retention efforts. This program, of which you will hear more about, currently offers education assistance as well as discounts from other higher education partners in this space. Chancellor brought this request back for discussion and then approval with the presidents, vice chancellors, and then many different work groups and stakeholders that I do not have the time to thank, but will do so, not in a list, but collectively. We were able to create this standard new process and program and launched it on June 8th with Hannaford and their associates. Hannaford actually led this initiative in announcing it to their staff and employees across their not only the state, but the region. And as we all know, Hannaford's also affiliated Beyond, which is another good opportunity area. Through this partnership, as I mentioned before, we now have a model, basically a standard operating process of sorts, if we wanted to look at different opportunities with this, which is exciting. We provide a single point of entry for Hannaford. Matt and I connect on this. And so that's another kind of piece of the work in progress and relationship. Just 1 month in, we have over 100 inquiries from Hannaford associates and employees representing over 40 Hannaford store locations from within Maine, Madawaska to Kittery, Machias to Farmington, and more, from out of state, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, all universities and Maine laws represented in these inquiries, tied to undergraduate and graduate students, current and new students, ranging from dental hygiene, law, engineering, finance, nursing to education, and much more. Here from Hannaford to share more about Hannaford, the Groceries to Grads program, and this new partnership and what it means to them is Matt Rothman, who is also a proud USM alum.
Thank you, Jen. I am a super proud USM alum, and I'm actually probably even more proud to be a Hannaford associate. So I've been working for Hannaford for 17 years, and over the last 6 or so years, I've been in the space of early talent development and trying to find ways to provide opportunities for our associates to continue to grow. So I set out a few years back trying to impact our tuition reimbursement policy. And what came out of that was the creation of Groceries to Grads. So we had a legacy tuition reimbursement policy, and for 30 plus years, we would give full-time salary people up to $2,000 a year for tuition reimbursement, period. We have 29,000 associates. I think only 7,000 of those were in that eligible tier. So reality was we had a benefit that wasn't really a benefit to a lot of our associates. So we put a lot of effort into creating a tiered benefit system. So if you're part-time that works a little more, or full-time, there are options for at every level for associates to get tuition reimbursement. So to me, that was that first big win of, okay, now we have equitable opportunities for our associates so they can all grow in whatever capability or area they want to grow in. And then there was the opportunity to start thinking about partnerships with universities, because in the state of Maine alone, we have 68 stores, 189 across Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Mass, and New York. A lot of our associates are university students, right? And I go to all these career fairs and we make these relationships, and it was, how could we create something stronger that will help incentivize those associates who may work for me this summer to come back next summer and coincidentally to stay. And so we started with one university, and then it jumped to another, regionally looking at different aspects. And I had in the back of my mind, like, wouldn't it be great to get a state university? And wouldn't it be great to have it be UMaine? And I kind of just put that off. And then all of a sudden there was the ask of like, hey, could this be a thing? And I've just been waiting for this day, because our other partners, there's one campus and there's 2 or 3 stores adjacent. There's one campus, 2 or 3 stores adjacent. We have one partner that's not even in our operating footprint. But for this one, there's 7 campuses plus a bunch of satellites. There are so many stores around there. I just knew the impact of what it could bring to our associates. And so that's what we have before you today. And I mean, what Jen said, that's no joke. I mean, we've been doing this for 2 years, and SNHU was our strongest partner to date at an average of 40 students a year. We just approved 50 for this fall, and that was last week before we had the additional inquiries come in. Right? So to me, I think that's huge. And for Hannaford, right, we've got all these stores. We allow our associates to move between stores as their life changes, i.e. when you are home for school in the summer, or home in the summer, and then when you go to school in the fall. So this is just an even better marriage, because we have so many stores around our different campuses. So if you go to UMFK, but you're from York, hey, guess what? You can work in York in the summer and you can work at UMFK in the other way, or vice versa. And just as we've been launching this, and I took a little tour through the county and went out to Machias and saw our new stores up on the crown there, because we took over Fort Ken and Madawaska, which again, huge win to not only have this partnership tied with that. We have a lot of excitement and a lot of students who are like, hey, I work here, but I go to Orono, but I've never thought about transferring. I'm like, why don't you think about transferring? So from us, we see a huge retention benefit for these associates staying on with us, because if they want to be in Maine and they're going to go to one of these schools and we can give them a discount that will stay there year over year plus tuition reimbursement if they just stay committed to working for us, it's a win-win. So that's really why I'm super excited about this partnership. More so to help our associates rise, but I also love the benefit of the retention that can come along with it. So yeah, I might have rambled a little bit. Jen, did I hit everything? We good?
Yep.
Sweet.
Great.
We'll have time too for questions as well. We'll move on to kind of the next example that we're excited to share as well. It's a partnership with Live and Work in Maine. We have another guest joining us, but before we bring him up, we'll just tell you a little bit about this initiative. So on June 24th, Live and Work in Maine, with support of their advisory board and major employers here in Maine in our region, partnered across our universities to launch a new congratulatory student initiative. In this first phase, an initial congratulatory accepted student letter went over to 20,000 accepted students, with a shared goal to help keep, attract, and retain students to the state, our universities, and connect them with the employer community. We believe this is an exciting start, a kind of a new initiative, if you will, tied to that seamless transition and connection. Nate Wilds, the executive director of Live and Work in Maine, is here to provide more on this work. One of the pieces that I would say to this is we're grateful, and this is a good opportunity to thank the businesses and Nate. And I have a sample of the letter that I'll just kind of pass around. But you know, it's putting these employer brands on the letter. It was sent from Live and Work in Maine. It referenced the University of Acceptance in the letter, but then on the back is basically all the C-level executive leaders and their signatures saying how they're here, they want to partner and continue to do so with these students if they come to one of our universities. So again, just kind of a neat initiative. So again, I want to thank Live and Work in Maine, Nate, his team, his advisory board, and in no particular order, Bangor Savings Bank, Educate Maine, Capital One, Martins Point, Systems Engineering, Junior Achievement of Maine, ProSearch, MEMIC, LL Bean, WEX, General Dynamics, Bath Iron Works, Hannaford, Maine Health, Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and Boots to Roots. Nate Wild, who is also a University of Maine alum. Thank you. So I'm going to have Nate join us now and just talk a little bit again about their perspective on this, what success means for Live and Work in Maine, just to give you a little bit more sense of this initiative.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Always a pleasure to be back on campus. Proud Black Bear. So just wanted to go over a couple of things for context. Live and Work in Maine is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our board consists of employers in Maine. So we're employer driven and our strategy is driven by their employment needs. So our strategy is both short term in terms of what the employers are saying they need today, as well as long term looking at longer term talent pipeline needs, growth opportunities, trying to sync up with, if their growth ambition is heading in a new direction in a new industry, they've got a 5 to 10 year strategy for that, right? So our job is to support that and cultivate activity and partnerships that can build the confidence of the employers that are here by putting butts in seats, so to speak, but also creating a sense of brand equity for Maine as a place where employers can come to grow or come to start for that matter. And there are a few trustees who have experience with that firsthand. So the first thing I want to say is how lucky we are as a group. I'm counting myself on this team here to have somebody like Matt at an employer like Hannaford. It is rare. This is both a compliment to Matt and just a sharing of a fact, which is that it's very rare to have a point of contact at a Maine employer of influence and scale who has the time, the energy, and the personal passion to cultivate a partnership that does not exist. And so mad kudos to Matt. And yes, we're both a little bit biased being graduates of the public education system, but it takes a lot of work to make that from nothing. And I should say it takes a two-way street to do that. And so just a huge shout out to Jen. And as I showed to the chancellor before lunch, the team in the system office has been the yes people of the best kind. And so it's a wonderful, we recognize the size of the bureaucracy and the size of the organization. That's the opportunity because you've got scale and you've got size. We also recognize that it's not so easy to say, yep, just do it. And so the team has been saying, yes, let's figure it out. And so we figured it out. And the impact here, just to share a little bit about why the employers cared about this. So to quote Sam Warren, or at least what Sam's been telling me a lot lately, is that the university system is the biggest importer of talent to the state of Maine. I believe that to be true. I'm an import. I grew up in Maine. I went to the university system. I left, but I came back. And what I came back to was possible because of my degree here. But the importer, I would amend that a little bit for the sake of this project to say, the university system is the biggest importer of prospective talent. Because there are a lot of folks who come here or choose to stay here and come to school here for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, hopefully not too much longer years, get their degree, get their diploma, and then leave. That's fine, as long as they leave knowing what's here for them should they choose to come back. And so our objective with this project is to plant a seed, get a quick win, get some partners in the employer community that are willing to do more, of which all the brands on that letter that's going around were the easiest yes we've ever had to ask for, because signing a letter means nothing, right? Signing a letter is just the literal printed expression of their interest in doing more. And so the reason that they all said yes to this letter is because of the opportunity and the potential to both measure the impact of this initial relationship and partnership, but also to build on this system and build strategies for both some really sophisticated and cool marketing activities to target the tens of thousands of people that you have the potential of reaching every single year or semester, but also to track this longer term, right? I mean, anecdotally, we all have success stories of people who grew up here or grew up far away from here, came to school here, got a job in Maine or got a job for a Maine-based employer, now is able to give back, right? Everybody has an anecdote about that. It's very difficult to distill down to a spreadsheet based on how the systems currently work today and based how employers understand the system to work today. And so the goal of this project is to start to build literal systems for tracking that data, but also to build trust and to build relationships with the employer community to say, we're not going to promise you the world and deliver an iota of that. We're going to promise you what we can deliver today, and we're going to share with you the vision for what we want it to be, and we're going to need their help to get there. And so the employers on this letter, and by the way, talk about FOMO. As soon as this letter was sent out, we have twice as many emails from employers saying, what the heck, we'd love to be a part of that, which is the best kind of communication to get, because they see that, oh, it's not just a what if, it's an actual executed item of success. And so we're very excited for this, very appreciative that the university system said yes and keeps saying yes. And I'm mostly so jazzed for the fact that we have this great foundation to build on. Because everybody has said yes to the idea of engaging this population. Everybody understands the potential of that population. And the list of things that we can do to target them is long. So we look forward to digging in, checking off that list one at a time. Happy to answer any questions if that's allowed.
Yes, so that actually, that was the presentation. I just would say in closing, I just want to thank Nate and Matt for being here today. And their partnerships. And again, I had mentioned I wasn't going to provide a long list of people, but just the other element from an internal perspective is the amount of work and kind of meeting with all these different work teams across all universities to be able to do this. And now we have single points of contacts within every university. So I'm probably restating that, but it's creating these kind of seamless processes and approaches to then better help and partner with folks like Nate and Matt and his teams today. So that's all I had.
Can we do some questions?
Yes, yes.
Great. And I'll just happen to start. I wondered, Nate, if you could, first of all, thank you. And your enthusiasm is absolutely, both of you, just terrific.
That was my question was, I don't know what they had for lunch.
Yeah.
Take some of that with me. When I'm
Great. But the letters great. I love the tone, everything about it, and the focus on their parents. But what does it mean? How does this get realized? Will it be internships? I mean, will it be what kinds of things do you think will happen?
The multi-billion-dollar question. Great question. Thank you for addressing that. So the first sort of very tangible thing that we want to look at measuring is, does this letter have an impact on whether they say yes, right? Does this letter have an impact on saying yes to coming to a university here in Maine? And so that's a metric that I can't speak to, but I understand is possible, right? And that I'm outside of that system. But before we do anything, we ask the question, and we will be sure to ask the question, and the answers that came back were always yes or not right now, but the answer can be yes to how do we track this, or what are the pragmatic ways that we can understand the impact of it. So wave a magic wand, fast forward I'm going to say 3 to 5 years, what success looks like to us is that there is a system that no one has to think about in terms of engaging the employer community with prospective students that have applied to go to school here in Maine through the University of Maine system. And there's a pipeline of data that says, hey, if we contact 20,000, I'm making up numbers here, 20,000 prospective talent, right? If we contact them with letters, emails, personal phone calls, occasional Zoom calls, connecting business leaders who are willing to spend that time with folks who were particularly interested in coming to Maine, right? You can imagine a whole suite of opportunities of engagement there. If we do that, what is the conversion rate of those folks to saying yes to coming to school here? And then what is the conversion rate of those same people to get an internship? Absolutely. Or a part-time job at a local Hannaford, perhaps. And then what is the conversion rate of getting a job at a Maine-based employer after graduation? And then, much longer term, what is the conversion rate of those people in giving back to the University of Maine system in some way, shape, or form, meaning engagement with the system, right? And so creating this flywheel effect of, if we can simply demonstrate the value that we have here and tell that story, the good news, the reason I love my job is that we don't have to reinvent the stuff that we have here in Maine. We just have to do, frankly, a better job of telling a story of what's here. And so I think that very much applies here, which is that, we do not have to reinvent ourselves. I'm speaking, my opinion is that the University of Maine system does not have to reinvent the value proposition. We just have the opportunity to tell that story from the voice of the employer community to prospective students who then can get it. There will be a new population of people who are excited by that message, but it won't hurt any pool of people in terms of influence. And we referenced the parents in the letter, understanding that there's, better than I, but there's plenty of data out there, especially from employers of soon-to-be graduates, that even when you're soon to graduate college or university, parents, relatives, friends are a huge influence on what job you take right out of school. And so we can't ignore that population. And that's perhaps a population that this employer community can uniquely speak to.
Other questions for either?
Can I just add a little bit? So from the University of Maine system standpoint, we are tracking out of the initial letter, a 1 month and a 2 month. So every point of contact within the university that we've been working with knows the population that it went out to. And so the conversion between accepted and confirmed students. So we'll be able to run that information. So in the first month and then the second month. And then the letter itself has a QR code, which Nate and his team's been able to track. So that's the initial phase kind of metrics tied to that.
Others? Owen? Trustee McCarthy.
Oh, it works just fine. Well, thank you both for coming in and talking. This is very exciting. And this is maybe more for you, Jen. I think the Hannaford example is really exciting, and it seems like a perfect confluence of events as Matt laid out. Is this something that you imagine is replicable in other instances, and how are you thinking about that?
As a matter of fact, no, absolutely. I think this is what's so exciting about the Hannaford example is it's a model to then be able to do that. We have gotten additional inquiries from other major employers across the state. So yeah, we'll have more to report out on that hopefully soon, but absolutely.
I just want to speak to live and work in Maine. I was a transplant from California. And once I knew I was interested in Maine, it was one of the first things to come up. I'm still on their email list. And the main message, and this was probably 7 years ago now, was about, it's just knowing that there are communities, places that want you to come. And so when you're thinking about choosing a new home or making a big decision like that, that's what I got from Live and Work in Maine. Is it wasn't the promise necessarily of the job. You still have to do all the work largely yourself, but it's the invitation and the welcoming voice and the branding that they've created it made a huge difference. So I can speak to the quality of it.
Thank you. I owe you 2 beers. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Wonderful. Thank you both. It's really terrific stuff. Thank you so much.
Yes. That was really all that I had planned for my presentation, for my piece of it. Basically, just wanted to say again quickly that I was so proud of the work, and especially I think while we still have processes that we can work out, we're moving things around very quickly. And I think 3 things that hit me when I was looking at the presentation was, the 50 inquiries in the first week, but it's with every single one of our schools in the law school. each one of our institutions was part of that outreach and the students were interested in them. So I was really pleased with that. And then the fact that, you know, over 20,000 letters went out. I mean, it's great work in quick time and very much appreciated with everyone that was helping to make that take place at the university level as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I thought it was a typo when I saw 20,000. That's a lot. Great. Okay. All right, let's change gears and get into our action mode. And for the public, I would like to remind people, this sometimes looks pro forma, but the action items that are before us represent hours and hours and hours of work by committees, by the universities, by the chancellor and his staff, and back and forth and back and forth, and have been very well deliberated. So while we move quickly through some of this, it is the icing on the cake of a that's been baked for a very long period of time. So we will move on and begin with tab 2, the Hutchinson Center. And before I turn to President Farini Monday, I just want to say that we as a board have, every year we see the Gordian report about the cap and talk about our capital plans, and we recognize it identifies density problems, that we simply have too much space for the current needs before us. We know it's never easy to make change, but the world is changing around us and we don't have much choice. As we saw from the AI discussion this morning, demographics are changing, student needs are changing, how we teach is changing, and we need to be ready and to invest where it matters most. The University of Maine at Presque Isle was the first out of the box in taking on some of these tough issues of restructuring, right sizing, and thinking it through. And now the University of Maine, as part of their long range plan to really get to a place of sustainability and a really strong position to move forward, has really been building for that changing future. And this is part of it, the discussion about the Hutchinson Center. And I would remind us that we did, at the beginning of this discussion, we did have a public comment period in which we heard from citizens of Belfast who raised concerns about the facility that has long been not used and empty and an expense. But their concerns were very well articulated, very compelling. And the university did two things. It extended the RFP process to allow opportunity. And it had a bidders conference available. So time was made available. And I just applaud that work and just wanted to sort of summarize that, because it is in fact a very keen interest of the board to get this right so that we can invest in those kinds of things we need to move this system forward. So thank you to UMPI and thank you to the University of Maine. And you're on, President Farini.
Thank you, Chair Riley, and appreciate the introduction to the item. Today, what we are requesting is authorization to transfer the sale of the Hutchinson Center in Belfast, Maine, pursuant to Board Policy 802, which is about disposition of real property. And that disposition shall be administered by the UMS University of Maine System Office and presented to the Board of Trustees for approval. So what we are doing here is requesting authorization to go forward with the transfer of the sale. Gretchen is here and can provide a bit more technical detail as needed. I'll just give a very, very brief summary, but this process of coming to this decision it goes back a number of years and is based on the sharp decline in utilization of the facility in Belfast and the costs of maintaining it. We did a 2-year process of community stakeholder engagement and then announced that we would close the center last August. So in collaboration with the system, we have continued our analyses and, as Trustee Riley mentioned, issued an RFP calling for a competitive request for proposals by which all purchase, lease, or alternative creative real property offers were to be sought. We issued that in January of 2024, and the university anticipates to award, upon final approval of the transfer, the conclusion of the RFP by the fall of 24. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll go to the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to transfer or sell the Frederick Hutchinson Center located in Belfast, Maine, with a permanent carve-out for technology. All final terms and conditions of the transfer or sale agreement are subject to review and approval of the University of Maine System Treasurer and General Counsel. Can I have a motion? Moved by, moved by trustee Micho, seconded by trustee Kane. Any further discussion?
Thank you. Just a couple of other people need to know about the history here. As I understand, these are architect decisions. Because this facility has existed for some time. But back in the day, which wasn't that long ago, there were about 1,400 University of Maine system students actually showing up in this facility annually and taking courses. And it was very much an important part of what the University of Maine was doing. By 2019, that 1,400 figure had diminished to just 300 students. And since 2020, there have been no students there. Yes, it's been a community resource for other things, but not for the University of Maine. And it's been costing us about $400,000 a year between our bond payments and operating costs to keep that facility going. So as part of our fiduciary responsibility, we made similar decisions as the chair said in Presque Isle and at Fort Kent and Bangor and in Portland, just to right size our physical plant to be able to continue our mission. And that $400,000 operating costs of serving 0 students can now be allocated to other things within our budget. So thank you.
And the community services haven't been there either. So, yep, good point. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Unanimous. The next is tab 11, the ground lease authorization at the University of Maine for the Beta Theta Pi House. President Farini Mundy.
Thank you. We are requesting your authorization of the renewal of a ground lease for 30 years with Beta Eta Chapter House Association for the land that is located at 12 Munson Road in Orono, Maine. The chapter is in good standing with the University Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life, and the proposed lease carries a term of 30 years with an annual rent of $1. Beta Theta Pi fraternity was founded at the University of Maine in 1879.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, the text that the Board of the Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to enter into a ground lease for the land at 12 Munson Road, Orono with Beta Eta Chapter House Association for the term of 30 years for all final terms and conditions subject to review and approval by the University of Maine System Treasurer and General Counsel. Can I have a motion? Moved by trustee Micho, seconded by trustee Kane. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimous. And now the Food Innovation Lab at the University of Maine. President Farini Mundy.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Chair Riley here. We are making a request of authorization to spend up to $4.461 million for renovations of the Keogh building and for equipment for the future location of the Food Innovation Lab, which is being funded by congressionally directed spending as well as the state of Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. And this spend will include equipment and construction. This building will then present a lab that's available statewide to enable students and faculty to work together around the existing commercial kitchen that will be built in the building, and also to do various kinds of testing and development activities across the state.
Great. Questions, comments? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to expend up to $4,461,000 for the renovation and addition of the Keogh building for the construction of a new food innovation lab. May I have a motion? Moved by trustee Micho, seconded by trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimous. We are now at tab 13, level 3 direct current fast charges land lease authorization for UMaine and USM.
And if it's okay, I'll speak for myself and President Edmondson, but what we are requesting here is a new lease agreement with Grid Wealth EV LLC, or its designee, for 2 small areas of university property, one at UMaine, one at USM, to install level 3 direct current fast chargers.
Wonderful. Now that I have a plug-in hybrid, I hope they come soon. That the Board of any questions? That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine to negotiate and enter into a new lease agreement with Grid Wealth EV LLC, or its designee, for 2 small areas of university property, one at UMaine and one at USM, for the installation of level 3 direct current fast chargers for a total of up to 21 years upon review and approval by the General Counsel and the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Unanimous.
Unanimous, yep. Tab 15, the Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center. I forgot 14. It's because I can't count. Tracy, I'm sorry. It's tab 14, request for proposal financing service. I was just texting to see if everybody's financing services award.
All
Hi,
right.
Tracy.
Hi, thank you very much and good afternoon. So this action item is for financing services as a result of an RFP process that we did this spring, and we did take it to the Finance Committee recently and they approved it. It awards a master equipment lease purchase contract to Bank of America Public Capital Corp., who is the incumbent. It allows us to do financing with set terms and conditions and a negotiated interest rate for capital equipment and for energy services contracts. The RFP committee carefully reviewed and scored the proposals and recommends the incumbent, given their dependable process, their pricing, terms and conditions, and their set interest rates and experienced team. And with that brief overview, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Tracy Elliott? Seeing none, another short resolution. That the
I have
board-
one coming up too.
That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system to execute and deliver the master equipment lease purchase agreement with Bank of America Public Capital Corp. As lessor, and separate schedules for the acquisition, purchase, financing, and leasing of certain equipment and ESCO agreements pursuant to the negotiated contract terms resulting from a request for proposal number 2024-062. Authorizing the execution and delivery of other documents required in connection therewith, and authorizing all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by this resolution. Moved and seconded by you know who. So Trustee Michaud, Trustee Kane. Any comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimous? Now we can do 15. Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center.
Thank you.
President.
SAWIC, the Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center, is before you now, where we request authorization to spend up to $1.5 million to continue the design process for this construction for an approximately 14.2 square foot facility, 14,200 square foot facility to house this center. The dollars for the center are coming from 2 sources. 10.335 million is broken into 2 parts. Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan is 3.335 million, and then congressionally directed spending is 7 million. We're very excited about this, aquaculture being such an important emerging industry for the state of Maine, and this center will enable everything from testing, veterinary support, fish vaccines, and more. So thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for the president? The resolution reads that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facility, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to expend up to $1.5 million for the continued design of an approximately 14,200 square foot facility to house a sustainable aquaculture workforce and innovation center. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Tab 16, lease authorization request for UMA, the Maine Community College System, Southern Maine Community College. President Cushman.
Yes,
thank you. This request is to renew our lease for the Brunswick Center. Like our other centers, we rent space at Brunswick to serve UMA's access and support mission by providing an access point and retention resources for our in-person and online students in the region. In addition to supporting our aviation programs, including our new aviation maintenance technical program and our local cohort of nursing students, our Brunswick Center workforce development relationship with Bath Iron Works is a model for local industry relations in other center locations. It's an example of a good partnership between the University of Maine system and the community college system because we rent a wing of the ground floor of a residence hall of Southern Maine Community College. We review our centers annually, and so we prefer short-term leases to be able to pivot nimbly as needed. So we're requesting a 1-year lease with two-year extension options.
Thank you. Any questions for President Cushman?
The options are I'm sorry. The options are your option or mutual option between both parties?
Well, I know that for our option, we have the option to renew it for a year with two-year extension options. I'm not sure what their side is. We do have Eileen Robinson here who can answer that question.
I couldn't actually hear it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Question.
Sorry. Is it the option? Is that both party option?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, any further questions, comments? Yep.
Thank you. I was unclear where exactly this is. You said Brunswick Naval Air Station, but I don't see that in the language of the proposed resolution, so I wasn't quite sure where we're talking about.
It's at the Southern Maine Community College, the Orion Hall.
Okay.
So it's right across from the Brunswick Landing, across the street.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine at Augusta to extend a lease of 7,434 square feet with the Maine Community College System, Southern Maine Community College, with an initial period of 1 year with the possibility of two-year extensions at a total cost not to exceed $550,000, with all final terms and conditions subject to review and approval of the University of Maine System Treasurer and General Counsel. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any further comments or questions? Not, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. Tab 17, University of Maine Electrical Infrastructure Upgrade Renewal Financing Project and Reimbursement Resolution Authorization.
I can. So tab 17 includes the financing project and reimbursement resolution for the University of Maine's electrical infrastructure project. And as you will recall, the board approved the project back in April, allowing the University of Maine to spend up to $25 million to upgrade that distribution system. And it helps or is critical for several projects that are coming our way, including GEM and the Harold L. Fund transforms athletics projects, as well as the Energy Center. And today's resolutions meet Treasury regulation requirements and document your approval of the project and related financing, and that the financing qualifies for tax exempt use. Additionally, the resolution enables the university to reimburse itself for construction-related expenditures, including those made 60 days prior to today's resolution if approved.
Great, thank you. Questions for Tracy? Okay, seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of FFT and approves the financing project and reimbursement of project expenditures resolution to authorize the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to fund an electrical infrastructure project to make crucial upgrades and renewal of the University of Maine's electrical infrastructure with a project total of up to $25 million using financing with a maximum principal amount of debt of $25 million. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. Tab 18 is confirmation of Board of Visitors appointments. Those are all listed in tab 18. I don't believe anybody have any questions or concerns? If not, that the Board of Trustees confirms the Board of Visitors appointments for 2024, 2025 as presented. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. Tab 19, confirmation of student and faculty representatives. And Deb, do you want to speak to Anna McLaughlin? President Padin, sorry.
Love to share some highlights. First of all, Anna is an exceptional student at UMFK. She is from Canada and is pursuing a major in biology with a concentration in biomedical sciences. Just a few highlights of what this woman does on our campus. She's a Bengal executive, senior resident assistant, UMFK women's soccer team captain, student athletic advisory committee president, student senate member, and writing center tutor. We are so pleased and excited to have Anna join in this role as the faculty representative or student representative. Thank you.
Great. And that she'll be here, we understand, in the September meeting. That's great. Okay. And Maine Law has a replacement for Dimitri, President Softly.
No one can replace Dimitri. But fortunately, we have Professor Jeff Main, who has been at the University of Maine School of Law now for 20 years. And before that, served in several other law schools. He has had experience in administration as well as teaching. He has received Teacher of the Year award at the University of Maine School of Law. And I would remind the board that he teaches tax, and the students absolutely love him. He has an extraordinary reputation for teaching a complex subject. He is prolific in his writing. He is well respected across the country. He has stepped up at my request to be interim, and has already brought forward a number of really exciting ideas for innovation during this year. So I'm very excited to represent that he will be joining us.
Great. Any questions? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees approves the appointments of the faculty and student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Moved by Trustee Misha, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. We now move to the consent agenda. Trustee Eames.
Good afternoon. I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items, namely acceptance of the minutes. Oh, do I have a second?
No, no. Moved.
I didn't speak up quickly enough. Emily moved and Barbara second. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Great. Is there any other business to come before us? Any questions, concerns, or comments? If not, the next meeting will be in Farmington, and we'll have to figure out if we can implement our new strategy by September, and we will try to do so. And we'll be in, if we'll get Beth and Carolyn, and we'll figure this out and see if we can't try a new strategy and take us right through the day on Monday. And we'll let you know as soon as we can do that, because I know people's schedules matter. So with that, thank you for another very, very good meeting. Very informative. Thank you to the Chancellor and his team, all the presidents, and all of you. Go forth. It's summer. Right.